Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Thursday, which means the beginning of Groups C and B. Group C is going to be our focus today, where we've got no less than 4 former World Championship finals between our field and a former World Championship semi-finalist. And joining me up here on the balcony to talk all about it is a former PDC World Championship participant. Good morning, Matt.
3-time PDC participant.
A fantastic day ahead of us, haven't we? We've got an interesting group here in Group C. Obviously, we know what happened with Peter Manley on day 1, 2 and 3, so he'll be looking to improve on Thursday. But actually, at the top end, it's actually quite hard to split.
Yeah, I've got this down as 4 potential winners of this group, really. When we look at Darren Johnson, we know what he's done in the past. We know what he's been doing away from here. It hasn't happened for him this week, but you can't judge someone over a couple of days when they've got the form over a whole year like he has. Michael Huntley's been playing well over on the seniors. He won one of their qualifiers for the World Championship. Obviously, we know what Andy Jenkins is capable of. He won a Challenge Tour last year. And Alan Norris has been starting to get the reps in. He plays locally near me. He's been playing in the Warwickshire Super League. He's been playing on the seniors, playing on the Challenge Tour. He's starting to refine form.
As Matt said, Darren Johnson very much played himself into form yesterday. But don't let us explain that. That's the role of Chris Murphy, who goes through Wednesday's highlights.
Andy Jenkins took great pleasure in whitewashing old foe Peter Manley, but despite getting 12 points more than a winless Manley, both start from scratch in Group C. Rocky's 1-5-4 was outdone by Darren Johnson's 1-6-4 finish. 6 wins in 3 days means DJ is on the breakfast show today. Former world number 1 Manley was served a mouldy bagel as this week's ADC qualifier Adam Mould beat him 4-0 en route to a 3rd place finish. One dart failed to win 1 leg yesterday. Joining him in Group B is the Muts Nuts Martin Turner, who finished 2nd in Group A. But the finals night spot went to Richie Howson, whose ton-topping finishing was a key factor in the Owl being perched at the top of the table.
Chris Murphy there with the highlights from yesterday's session. Richie Howson, the group winner, the right group winner. He was dominant throughout the 3 days.
He was, wasn't he? He did lose those couple of games, but he did say he felt under the weather. What is this going to be like for the rest of the group when he actually starts to feel right? And I think that's one of the things that, if I was Richie Howson, I'd make sure the rest of the group knew as well. I'd be like, just to let you know, guys, I didn't feel too great here and I just walloped you all. Just so it just gives them that little bit of doubt going into Saturday.
Martin Turner there in 2nd place. Impressive in the second 2 days, specifically of action in Group A. And going into tonight's action, he's going to be a dangerous threat, but not just for Group B, but potentially for the whole week now.
Both him and Adam Mould actually really surprised me. I think those are the 2. I think when we look at that group, we probably thought Darren Johnson and Andy Jenkins would be the 2 that take up those 2 and 3 positions, but they both got outplayed by Martin Turner, who looked very good at times. He looked so confident. For someone who said in his interview when he spoke to you, he said he didn't really feel confident and he felt nervous the last time he was here. No signs of that. Adam Mould, though, what a performance from him. I didn't expect it, especially when we look at his stats. When we look back on Monday, I came up here and I said he's got such a range. I found averages where he's averaging 50, 60, found averages where he's averaging 90. Not a glimmer of that whatsoever. He was probably the most consistent player out of all of them.
So Group A completed. Let's see then what that does to Week 9 here at the Super Series. As you can see, Richie Howson is through to Saturday night's final. In Group B, it's Adam Mould and Martin Turner. They're going to be joined by Ian Moss, Robert Thornton and Trina Gulliver. That's going to be our focus this evening. But for today, Group C, which features Alan Norris, Andy Jenkins, Darren Johnson, Mike Huntley, Peter Manley and Steve Perren. A tight and competitive group, as we mentioned at the top of the show. I think out of the players coming into, I think the one that will harbour the interest will be Alan Norris. What form guide is he in at the minute?
I think it's improved. And when we look at what he's been doing recently, like I said, he's been playing in the Super League, he's been playing a lot of darts. Playing darts, as we've seen with Peter Manley, not playing darts has been a problem for Peter Manley. Alan Norris is getting lots of reps in, he's match ready. I think he could be the guy that wins this one, but also Michael Huntley coming into this as well. Just keep an eye on him, he could be dangerous. Well, we're going to keep more than an eye on him in our first game of the morning session because he takes on Peter Manley. Mike in his 2nd go here in this particular Super Series. He was involved in Week 1 of Series 2. He was in action against Mike Garcia. Let's have a look at some of his best bits then from that
particular week, because we saw glimmers of him, but he admitted, and we'll hear from him in just a second, that he just needed to get used to that stage environment. And
we just saw him there take out what we did, the Howson this week, the 116. Yeah, and when you come here, it's a completely different environment. It's the steps. You're not just playing and losing or winning and going through. It is literally, you're here for 5 matches, and it's preparing and getting used to that sort of format. Something we saw with Adam Mould that he had the advantage of, because he does this quite a lot. This isn't what people normally play in terms of darts. So I can imagine it would have took quite a little bit of time to get used to that, especially with the stage. The cameras is something different. The cameras basically microscope the dartboard, and every little thing, like you could throw a dart and it might be quite close, but because of the zoom in, it looks quite far away, and you don't want to have that embarrassment. You want to come and show people what you can do, which I believe pretty much everybody who comes to this for the first time says they want to show what they can do.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Mike, welcome back to the Super Series. We saw you earlier on in this phase. Looking forward to a second go at it?
Yeah, really looking forward to this time. I think I tried a little bit too hard first time, new experience, been on a telly first time, and I just tried a little bit too hard. We weren't nervous, but just tried a little bit too hard. I was in a tough group as well with experienced players, so hopefully this time round I've learned from that first experience, and hopefully you'll see a lot better of me in the next couple of days. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
How much can you draw upon that? Because now you've been on this stage, you've been in front of the lights, the cameras, something that you haven't been too used to before. So now you've kind of got past that debut element. Can you now just go at it with a bit of a clean slate, knowing what you're doing?
Well, yeah, hopefully, like I say, I've been here now, so I've experienced everything. It's a great setup, yeah. So, yeah, like I say, I just tried a little bit too hard, I think, on the first time. Trying to, you know, I think you really want to do really well and impress. Just tried a little bit too hard. So, really looking forward to this time. Hopefully, because I've been here before now, I'll settle down and play my game.
And of course, hopefully this time you get yourself through to finals. So hopefully be in front of a crowd here.
Yes, honest, that's a big goal, because it is a different experience with no one here, and you can draw off a crowd when you're playing, and it gives you that atmosphere, and it can build you up as well, and it's exciting playing in front of people, because it feels like you want to show off and show what you can do in front of people. So yeah, hopefully we'll be here Saturday night.
We wish you well, Mike. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, this is the first of 25 games over the next 24 hours here at the MODUS Super Series. So whatever your plans are for your Thursday, make sure they are tuned in with us. And guiding you through every single game during this morning session is a very good morning to Matthew Edgar, who's alongside first Chris Murphy.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, everybody. Yes, allow me, first of all, to fire up the tungsten TARDIS and take you back 21 years when Robbie Williams and Nicole Kidman were top of the charts with Something Stupid, and Nickelback were top of the pops in America with How You Remind Me. Very apt, because some things never change. Peter Manley played a game of darts and lost it 7-0. That was actually a World Championship final, to his credit, and it was against the greatest player ever, Phil the Power Taylor. But Manley, of course, lost all of his games 2-0 yesterday, and will surely be determined to avoid another legless day at the MODUS Super Series. His first task is to try and conquer the Welshman Mike Huntley, who we heard from there.
Through first.
A man who is
game on.
Going to play at the World Seniors, could run into Manley, of course. Paul Hinks will be refereeing that event, and he is casting his eye over proceedings today.
100.
Matthew Edgar has made his way down from that chat on the balcony, and I think the question that I'm going to ask you is a little bit different to anything I have so far this week. Why on earth is Peter Manley putting himself through this? Is it not akin to preparing for a sprint with a marathon?
Yeah, he's certainly got an uphill challenge here, hasn't he? And
41.
He's not really shown much to suggest that he's going to start climbing that mountain. He's taking on the Welshman here, Michael Huntley, and obviously known as a very big mountain of Mount Snowdon, based in Wales. This is going to feel like a trek up Mount Snowdon, I think, for Peter Manley. But I did have a conversation with Peter Manley on Tuesday. And on Tuesday, Peter Manley was already eyeing up Thursday 25. And Friday. And already, we're starting to see that things are looking a little bit sweeter for him in those first 6 darts. Something to kind of build upon. And I think that's what he's got to try and do. He's got to try and find things to build upon. Like you say, he is trying to get ready for that World Seniors. He is taking on a player here who will also be in the World Seniors who came to those qualifiers.
100.
So this is an ideal game for Peter Manley.
Yeah, absolutely. And all start on 0 points again, a new group. But it must be hard to reset after
60.
not winning a match in 3 days, 15 games without a win, and finishing on -50 in leg difference.
I think it is if you come here and your ambition is winning.
105.
But I think Peter Manley didn't come here with any ambition, expectations. It was all just about let's see what happens. And with that, you don't
85.
ride those blows. Those
Michael
blows don't
Carr,
land. It doesn't hurt
130.
you the way it would if you came here thinking you're going to be competitive.
Oh, will this blow land from Michael Huntley? Will the ball land?
97.
Well, it was some
Peter
distance
Carr,
away in the
133.
end. Manley exactly 100 points behind his opponent, but he's taken a chunk out of that. Treble 19 would have left him on 88 there. So he tees up
93.
tops
Michael Carr,
and
33.
puts a little bit of pressure on the Welshman here.
Well, we know Manley likes tops. We know he likes his double. So this
One.
might need to
Peter
go.
Carr, 40.
Peter Manley, after losing 5 games in a row yesterday, 4-0, could take the opening leg of the day.
Getting shot on the first
He's in the
leg.
lead.
Peter Manley.
We haven't said that this week. Peter Manley off and running, and he sees the funny side himself. And not only that, it's a breaker throw. Peter Manley, well, we might be
Second
getting
leg,
ahead of
Peter to throw
ourselves,
first. Game
but
on.
he's in pole position to win this darts match.
Well, he's top of the group.
41.
You put him off there, Matt. He couldn't believe what you were saying. He won't be able to believe it when he turns around and sees this.
140.
Almost the first max of the morning from Michael Huntley, who has produced some really good stuff on that Seniors Tour this year. Didn't really
45.
get to grips with his best game last time he was here, but certainly a capable player.
Well, there's one I kept my eye on after being here, because I actually commentated on his week when he was here
100.
last time, and I was here with Paul Nicholson. Paul Nicholson said he met him up at an exhibition and said he was mightily impressed with Michael Huntley. He was one to keep an eye on. And then
96.
he went to that World Seniors and had an absolute brilliant weekend. He reached the final of the Open Series, losing 4-1. Did beat Andy Jenkins along the way,
100.
which is going to be a match we're going to see later on. He also beat Andy Jenkins again in the World Championship qualifier final. Also beat Darren Johnson, so there's going to be some
60.
rivalry
Michael Carr,
renewed
161.
from that weekend here this week.
And in this one, Manley's lead could be short-lived because Huntley had 6 darts from 161, though he has to be careful. Good last start there.
77.
Manley needing 99, really. Have to go back up to get that, and he's
59.
not going to, so it's not 6
Michael
darts
Carr,
from 161, it's 6 darts from 84.
To get his throw straight back at the first time of asking.
72.
Manley. Well, if he can cut his score in half, it might just make Michael think.
41.
But he can't manage that, and not
Michael
only
Carr,
that,
12.
he's left himself on a bogey.
He said it was 6 darts from the previous points. It's 6
Getting
darts
shot on
again.
the second leg.
This time from
Michael
12.
Huntley.
He only needs 2 of them this time and levels up the score. Got his throw back now. And I don't think Peter Manley's going to find the funny side of that one.
Third leg
Just
match.
brushing
through
past his
first.
opponent
Game
on the way to the drinks table, a tactic I'm sure he employed many times back in his heyday, but he's a more calm kind of character nowadays, isn't he?
100.
We didn't see him in the practice room this morning. That's one thing I really like, you know, things might go. He mentioned in an interview when he was playing at the World
55.
Seniors that the eyes go, the hips go, things start to go. But one thing that never leaves anybody when you are a competitive person, when you are a sportsman, that competitive nature,
59.
that never leaves you. And he certainly can still talk the talk.
Yeah, look, we have a joke at Peter's expense, and he's
100.
a man that buys into that and plays up to that himself, isn't he? But let's put some respect on the name. Not many players will make 1 World Championship final, never mind 3.
98.
Oh, he had a fantastic career, didn't he? World #1. He won the Las Vegas Desert Classic.
60.
I mentioned that world final in 2002 happened on this day, 21 years ago. In fact, 3 world championship finals were played on the
100.
5th of January, including Taylor's win over Priestley in 97. And perhaps the greatest game at the Circus Tavern when John
45.
Tart
Michael
beat Phil
Carr,
Taylor 7-6
144.
in 03. John Tart, a man who commands respect from the wall. Peter Manley
70.
has respect from us all. It looks like he's about to fall behind for the first time today.
60.
He
Michael
asked me
Carr,
to say that so he could
74.
clip it up.
34.
Only 1 from 8 on the doubles from Michael Huntley. That will improve. I'm very confident in Michael Huntley
83.
improving that stat
Michael
as the
Carr,
day goes.
40.
But right now, it might be enough.
Maybe a little too close, these. Oh,
Game
he's
shot on the
used
third leg. Mike
the
Huntley.
guy just kept sweeping across. He felt he couldn't go underneath, so he was moving across there, Huntley, and he did it expertly in the end. And now the Welshman has the lead.
Yeah, I was
Both
having a
like
little
Peter to
scan
throw
round
first.
on
Game on.
YouTube last night so I could watch some of the games of the players that was coming into today's action, and I stumbled across that interview from Peter Manley.
60.
I had a watch of it. Of course, we always have a little watch when Peter Manley speaks. It's always a fun atmosphere. And I was looking at how much he plays, and we spoke about that this week, about the fact that his performances are so spread apart by month. But he says the only time he really picks up the darts at home now is when he plays his missus to see
119.
who's going to do the washing up. And all I can say about that, on the basis of what we've seen this week, is I hope Peter Manley's got a set of marigolds.
Very good. I'm sure Chrissy,
21.
if she's watching, will be having a little chuckle at that herself. Well, how about that? It's the first of the week for Peter Manley. Is that talk about washing up? You've motivated him, Matt.
Probably fed up of having the wrinkly
64.
hands. His
Peter
hands are in the
Carr,
basin that much.
142.
That's a nice shiny leg
55.
of darts for Peter Manley. The maximum in it. You said he was, or he said rather, that he was focusing on Thursday and Friday, and he hasn't been telling porkies.
81. Peter Carr, 87.
Match number 16 for Peter Manley. He's found a maximum. Is he going to go 20 ball, or is he going to...
He's going to play his old tricks here, Peter Manley.
52.
Told you he wouldn't go for it.
Michael Carr, 155.
So Manley should be getting
100.
2 darts here
Peter Carr, 35.
at a level game. Who thought we'd be saying that at the start of the day? Well, the bookmakers didn't think so. 1 to 12,
Game
Michael
shot on the
Huntley.
fourth leg.
If
Peter
you took that
Manley.
1 to 12, you can start sweating, because Peter Manley is competitive in this one. He's found his first max of the week, and 33% on the doubles, which is where we say you need to be to be
Mike to
competitive
throw
in the
first.
Super Series.
Game
If you
on.
can just start gelling these scores together, taking out some of these 45s, this could
96.
start getting a little bit twitchy for Michael Huntley.
30.
Well, look, maybe we're just searching for narrative and excuses, but is there an extra pressure playing a player who
85.
is out of form, who you're coming into thinking, right, that's a definite win?
100%. Absolutely. Because when you come into these sort of games,
43.
on any level, we see it on the European tour when you draw one of the home nation qualifiers who runs at a 70 average. You think, well, this is an opportunity. You don't want to pass up that
60.
opportunity. You see it on the pro tour. You see it in this sort of environment where you think, this is the guy who everybody's going to beat, so I can't lose to him, or I'm losing 2 points. I'm handicapping
41.
myself within this group. And not only that, when you look through the field and you see someone such as Andy Jenkins, a character of the practice room. If you go in there
43.
after losing to Peter Manley, he is going to be on you.
Yeah, a character of the practice room, a character on the stage as well. Actually, I was up on the balcony presenting
100.
yesterday, and you can hear everything from up there. And Adam Mould, Jenkins was thrashing him with 3-0 up. And as Mould was walking back, he dropped a dart on the floor as Jenkins was throwing. Complete accident. And Jenkins picked it up for him
85.
after he threw, handed it back, looked him straight in the eye and said, "That's the best dart you've thrown." Yeah, there's been some great
100.
banter, as there is with these senior stars often. We're going to see a great finish here from Michael Huntley. 72 left. He went for the treble 12 to leave himself double 18. So just has to avoid the treble 20 here.
92.
His darts don't stand up in a way that makes it particularly dangerous, as it does for some players.
100. Mike your car 40. Game shot on the 5th leg. Mike Huntley.
Pressure was applied there by Peter Manley. It is 6th 100 of the match so far. He's also had a 180. Huntley, no problems in seeing that one off.
6th leg
No,
Peter
I
to
have
throw
shared
first. Game on.
Practice room with Andy Jenkins before. I played him on these Group C's last year, and it was in the same group as Andy Jenkins. I can say what a fun time it was.
83.
With a few characters in there, and I think that's something that we talk about in terms of the viewing side of things, for what the viewer sees. They're saying that the characters are sort of going out the
94.
game a little bit. I can certainly vouch for that in terms of the practice room, because the modern day dart player is coming in with the headphones on and getting in the... And that's purely down to
60.
what opportunities are now in the game and how much money is on the line.
Well, Gerwin Price went into the match with the headphones on, didn't he? In the World Championship quarterfinals. Not the first to do it, though. Again,
100.
Peter Manley. He was once bought by his wife, Chrissy, a pair of pink earmuffs to try and drown out the crowd. Wait a minute.
140.
He was almost at it again, but he's very competitive in this leg and indeed in this match. And Manley, though, just wore them on the walk-on as a joke and then took them off. And I think he's actually a great example in how to turn a
83.
crowd around.
He's one of the very few players that has managed to do that. I remember, I'd probably say Peter Manley and maybe Mervyn King are the only two that's managed to
45.
do so.
Yeah, but Mervyn's managed to turn them round back again, back round again, and so on and so forth. As we were saying, Peter Manley, very, very competitive in this game.
41.
A 180 in there, a 140 in there. Same as Michael Huntley in that department, who's hit 3 more tons.
88.
And where Manley has been slightly stronger is in that department there. 25% Huntley,
60.
33%
Peter
Manley.
85.
So to take us all the way to a deciding leg, we know Manley can break the throw. He did it in the opening leg.
60.
Just gives
Mike your car
Huntley an opportunity
123.
to end the drama. He will want this to be dramaless. He doesn't want to go to our last leg. 66 points away.
Double 9 it is. Manley missed the ball to force a decider. Oh, that's a real pull from his opponent.
Peter car 25.
Peter Manley peering over his shoulder, hoping for the opportunity. He gets it. Double 8.
Game
He
shot
gets
on
that.
the 6th leg.
There
Peter
we go, the
Manley.
distance. And for the second time this week, Peter Manley, he's playing a last leg decider. Played one, didn't he, against Martin Turner earlier in the week, who finished second.
7th and final leg,
Group A.
Mike to throw first.
He actually
Game
took a
on.
3-1 lead in that game as well. But we know Manley can break the throw. He did it in the opening leg. Michael Huntley will be very well aware of that.
100.
And this isn't the ideal way to settle in. Huntley's probably watched this for the last couple of days and seen what Peter Manley's been doing and knows the expectations that we have around Manley, which,
60.
let's be fair, are quite low. The bar has been set quite low with that one. So I think even a 4-3 win here for Huntley is probably going to feel a bit disappointed with, because
97.
legs can and often do come into play.
$41.
Wrong thing, wrong time. To reverse the famous Michael van Gerwen quote.
100.
And those kind of visits may just be enough. Peter Manley's going to have to produce maybe a second maximum of this match, and
85.
indeed of this week, if he's going to get back in this leg.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about Peter Manley during this, but you've got to say well done here to Michael Huntley. It's gone down to a last leg. Could have got nervous in this situation.
43.
197-100, that kept him on par for that sort of 15-dart leg, which had forced Manley to 12, which we've seen nothing of the sort. So
81.
sort of
Michael Carr 161.
professional play here from Michael Huntley.
Solid stuff. Now, what's he thinking here? Could go the bull.
99.
I apologise. I thought the first dart was in the treble. Was not in the treble 20. He still could have gone the bull, to be fair. Would have left himself a
30.
guaranteed
Michael Carr,
2 darts at
62.
double if he had gone that way. But I think he thinks he's going to get plenty more than that. Although that's a bit of a misfire. Double 16 is left.
30.
And not hit just yet.
Now, this is interesting. If Manley can hit here, because Huntley has processing time, which is never a good thing in these situations. A ton
60.
would have
Michael
just
Carr,
made that nervy.
32.
That processing time now is completely eradicated. Huntley comes to the board. Should be full of confidence here. That's a good first dart. Surely.
No score.
He
Peter
couldn't have
Carr,
got any closer.
134.
Well, again, that's gone to the wire, and all 3 of those darts were on the wire. And the trouble for Michael Huntley has been his own doubles. Oh, look at this now. Another. Well, I think he was going tops bull there. I'm not sure. The dart was almost equidistant from the treble 18 and the tops for Peter
74.
Manley, but
Michael Carr, 32.
it's something we've seen before from him. And Huntley gets another go. Slight adjustment required from the previous misses. Same spot, Michael. A spot of bother, Michael.
24.
And now Peter Manley
70.
has the best chance he's had all week. 17 darts missed at double by Michael Huntley, who can't believe it, and he's gifted Manley a chance.
Tops for Manley.
Game
Peter
shot and the
Manley
match.
has
Peter
beaten
Manley.
Michael Huntley after 15 straight defeats. Yesterday, he lost all of his matches to 0. He didn't win a single leg. He starts Group C like he said he would with a win. I can't speak. I can't speak.
Well, Peter Manley is top of the league after securing his first victory of the week and getting his first maximum of the week in a 4-3 success against Michael Huntley. Have a look at that. Peter Manley is top of the table. I know it's only one round of matches and maybe we're getting a little bit too carried away, but a victory there for Peter Manley. Let's have a look then at the stats on that opening game of the day. It was the missed doubles which ultimately came to cost Huntley in the end. 3 out of 20 on the outer ring. Peter Manley 4 out of 10 on the doubles. One dart by name, one dart by nature. So Peter Manley sealing success in our first match of the day. Let's swiftly then move into match 2 here in Group C. It sees Steve Perren take on Darren Johnson. Darren's been here all week. He took part in Group A and was really impressive in yesterday's action at the Super Series, taking out this 1-2-3 in his match against Andy Jenkins. And it was mentioned by Matthew Edgar in commentary yesterday that going into this Thursday-Friday group, he could be a real dangerous contender. He takes on Steve Perren, first time here in Portsmouth, but we have seen him previously in Southampton. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with him to see how he's feeling about today's action. Steve, welcome to the Super Series. You played in Southampton, first time here. What's your first impressions?
Oh, the venue's amazing. It's miles better than the Southampton one. Obviously, it's a bit crammed in there, but this one is just, well, it's outstanding. Fantastic, fantastic.
Of course, tough opposition today. We've got some legends of the game. We've got likes of Alan Norris here. Obviously, we saw it earlier on this week. Darren Johnson played some really good stuff. So it's going to be a tough group. But the last time you played in this competition, you were left in a really tough group as well.
Yeah, well, thanks for reminding me that, to be fair. Well, to be honest, that was the first week back from lockdown, so practicing was non-existent. At least I can play a few games. I've been getting a bit of practice in with a friend of mine, a young lad, Blake Walker, who helps me out. So yes, that's good, yeah. So fingers crossed today could be much better than last time.
How is the form going into this?
Not too bad, not too bad. So I'm putting some practice in. Like last time I couldn't really practice because of the COVID. But yeah, I'm putting a few hours in. So if it happens, I guess. So.
We look forward to watching you play, Steve. Good luck.
Many thanks. Thank you.
Johnson is back for his 4th day this week. As for Steve Perren, it is a debut in Pompey. Who's going to get the opening spurs in this one? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, Steve Perren returning to this event, although in a different incarnation of it, as we just heard there. And he did lose all of his matches last time he played. He was thinking he was in a bit of company, but that's changed because Peter Manley has won his first match of the day and the first match ever at the Super Series. Can Perren pull off a victory on his first outing on the Live Lounge stage, or will Darren Johnson get the victory in this one? He was, I think, as you would put it, Matthew, Darren, in and out in the first 3 days of the week.
Absolutely, yeah. We didn't really get a very good read on Darren Johnson because of the range of performance, but
Game on.
that ceiling, that top end of the range of performance, he had that 101, very close to the 102 average against Andy Jenkins when he walloped him 4-0. So we know what he can do. You've got to have that sort of
60.
ceiling in your ability to be able to win the things that Darren Johnson has won, most recently that Northern Ireland WDF title. That's seen him very high up in the WDF World Rankings
60.
and should see him get his spot at Lakeside.
Just a quick reflection on that previous match before we get into the meat of this one. I mean, our commentary position is adjacent to the practice room, and there was an almighty cheer went up, wasn't there, when Manley got over the line and he got the King's welcome when he returned to the practice room as well. But in all seriousness, Michael Huntley, a man who's qualified for the World Seniors, and
60.
the qualifiers in that tournament are usually the biggest threats. We saw that with David Cameron at the Lakeside last year. Does that give Manley already a little bit of confidence that he's not going to go to the Circus Tavern as a whipping boy?
Well, I think it also realistically should give him confidence in his own processing, because he said Thursday. He's top of the league now. And he said Thursday, Friday, it's going to... I mean, to be fair, he said Tuesday everyone was having
85.
it. But... And quite a lot of time, Peter Manley says a lot of things. But so far, what he said is going to happen has happened. He's got points on the board. And we asked this question yesterday. Well, Henry asked me, he says, in regards to Peter Manley, what does he have to do in order to get competitive? And I says, like, when you're in that situation, the first thing you got to do is just look at what the next step is. When you're looking
98.
at what has happened, the first step is winning a leg. He did that in the opening leg. Then what's the next step? I've got to get a 180. He did that. he's starting to take steps towards what the end goal is, and he's making progress. I mean, a 70 finish for the match.
45.
It's not a gimme.
Yeah, fair enough. Darren Johnson looking likely to break through in this opening leg.
100.
Gets himself down below a ton after 15 darts. Perren around halfway through the leg, not quite settled in. It was interesting hearing from him because in his interview, he almost offered a bit of an excuse, didn't he, without maybe meaning to about Southampton. No, it's much better here.
83.
It's a
Darren
bit cramped in there. I love it
98.
here before he's played on the stage. And it's him just trying to reset, I would guess, and forget about the experience he had there. He might be in for a rude awakening.
60. Steve Ukar,
Double 19 missed. Now can
157.
Perren get off to a sensational start.
Wrong treble required there from Steve Perren. So Johnson's got choices. Does he go
55.
direct
Darren
for it, or
Johnson,
does he split
38.
for a more often commonly used double? It'll be more commonly used double now. It'll be the 2-8s.
Game shot
He's
on the
been
first
used
leg.
successfully
Darren
here by
Johnson.
Darren Johnson, who breaks the throw in the opening leg. And it's more of the same, really, for Steve Perren in terms of what we've seen from him in this environment.
Second leg, Darren to
We've
go
seen him
first. Game
on
on.
the seniors tour. And he's actually got a few good wins on there. Steve Maish being one, the other one being Gary Robson, someone we've seen get quite good success down here in
58.
recent weeks.
We've had a tweet in, by the way, from Martin Turner, a man who spent 3 days in that practice room Monday to Wednesday. He'll be back this evening. He said he can't believe he's not there now and he can hear Jenks from his hotel room.
41.
And Andy Jenkins, you said, and we saw over the course of the week how he was giving it to Peter Manley. I'm sure he will still be pecking Huntley's head after that defeat to 1 dart. But do get involved if you want to join the conversation. Give us your predictions, your thoughts on what's happening here at the Super Series. It's at MSS Darts on Twitter. You can get my esteemed
40.
commentary colleague at the Edgar 501, and I'm on at Chris Murphy 180.
And just to let you know, Martin, I have shared a practice room with Andy Jenkins before.
57.
And unfortunately, you're going to hear that voice in your head for many, many weeks.
Jenkins in action next against Alan Norris. I think that really could be a tasty tie. Norris had a strange old time last time he was
45.
here. I think he won all of his games one day and lost them all the day before.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Alan Norris actually take on Andy Jenkins because I've
41.
seen that Alan Norris is playing a lot of darts at the minute. And he's been very vocal about the fact that he wants to have another go and have another crack at the Pro Tour, and he's doing all the right things. He's not just sitting in and being on his own on the practice board. He's
58.
out, he's practicing with people, he's playing even down at the local Super League, you know, and playing in the Warwickshire Super League, getting his averages and playing against those sort of county standard players. He's putting the miles in, he's putting the graft in, and it'll be interesting to see if he starts to get the
99.
reward, and this could be a big, big step for him in that journey.
Yeah, great player. Alan Norris. It was the week that Chris Mason won, actually, our commentary colleague here at the Super Series, and Norris
41.
on the Friday
Darren Johnson,
flourished, and it
106.
might have been a good thing for Mace that he didn't make it through to the Saturday. Johnson, though, here, looking to double his lead in this one.
66.
Just over the top, a grimace, but no need to panic for Darren, because once again, after 15 darts, Steve Perren is still in the 200s.
125. Darren
That 1-2-5, the first ton plus shot of the match for Steve Perren.
Game shot on the second
But
leg.
it
Darren
was
Johnson.
Not too little, it was too late. More of that, Steve?
Obviously, Steve Perren, I mean, you've spoken about the standard that he's been able to produce.
Third leg,
We're
Steve
not
to throw first.
expecting him
Game
to
on.
really throw up any fireworks, but there is a steady standard in there. Didn't show it in Southampton, and now here at Portsmouth, 2 legs in.
24.
It's not going his way. I just wonder the effect of, and you'll be able to maybe tell, you're a man who loves the limelight, of course, but just the effect of having cameras on you and knowing that people are actually watching.
84.
What can that do to a player's head?
It is the complete 50-50 split. He'll do one of two things. You'll either thrive in that environment or you'll go into your shell and you're going to panic. And with that, you'll just tend to find that you don't get the extension of the arm. You don't feel comfortable
100.
being full and expressive within the motion, within the movements.
Is it a bit like when you speak to footballers who become scared of
96.
making mistakes, therefore don't want the ball, and when they do get the ball, they're more likely to make a mistake because that's what they're thinking about rather than just attacking and playing their game?
Absolutely. I mean, I used to coach football, and one of the signs that we used to see, especially with the academy players,
39.
was when they start to lose the confidence, they'll almost start marking themselves. They'll go closer to the defender rather than making moves to move away from them because they don't want that ball at that situation.
118.
And it's a very sort of similar thing with this. And with that, with darts, what you tend to find, like I say, it's the action that becomes a little bit more closed in. One of the things you don't want to do is be wide open and expressive when you feel
140.
vulnerable. I think that's what would probably be the best way to summarise it, feeling vulnerable.
Well, this is the best leg yet from Steve Perren. The first two,
133.
I made a point that he was in the 200s after 15 darts. He's below 200 after a dozen here. But Johnson is waiting on 70 to make it 3-zip.
43. Darren, you require 70.
The shot we just saw Peter Manley take out to win his first
Game
game
shot on
of
the
the
third
week. We've
leg.
seen it gone
Darren
again here from
Johnson.
Darren Johnson and Steve Perren. Must be feeling this is a little bit familiar. Didn't win a game last time he was here. His next game is against Peter Manley, who we can no
Well, thank
longer say
Darren
that
for
about with Peter
first.
Manley,
Game
because
on.
Peter Manley now got a victory on the board. That game coming up after the Alan Norris Andy Jenkins game. And we've got a possibility there that Manley could go
84.
2 from 2.
Yeah, 15 matches to bring you between now and the end of play in this session, but we'll be back, of course, this evening. Thursday is
77.
one of our double days here at the MODUS Super Series, and in action, Martin Turner and Adam Mould from Group A, but then
99.
Ian Moss, the World Seniors champion Robert Thornton, and the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver. Some big names in action tonight.
99.
Interesting, isn't it, that Robert Thornton won the UK Open, the World Grand Prix, the World Masters, but we've kind of
59.
almost immediately started preceding his name with World Seniors champion now. It has become quite a big deal.
I think a lot of that also comes down to the fact that he is the reigning champion of those. When we talk about those titles he won before, there's quite some years back
45.
where he's still picking up titles. So I think it's probably right that we do call him by the titles that he's currently holding and the title that he could go and defend.
121.
Almost ironically, two titles he didn't win on the main tour, the match play and the World Championship, are the ones that he holds on the Seniors Tour.
Ironically, he was
21.
one of the worst players in
Daniel
world
Carr,
match play history.
138.
He only won one game. Was it Josh Payne?
Correct. Another player we've seen here at the Super Series. But it looks like Payne for Perren
98.
in this one, because Johnson has teed up tops to complete a whitewash win.
77.
Perren
Darren
feeling the
Carr,
heat.
40.
Double 10 to knock Peter Manley off the top of the table.
30.
He's safe for now, Peter. I think the writing's on the wall for Perren, and it has been for some time.
Yeah, we saw the frustration there from Darren Johnson after missing those 3 darts.
Darren Carr, 10.
This was his weakness yesterday, so possible
Game
bit of
shot
lag
on the
coming
match,
through there,
Darren
but not on
Johnson.
that occasion. Darren Johnson gets over the line. It's a 4-0 victory and a great way to start Thursday. He now leapfrogs Peter Manley to the top of the table, and the woes of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday might be a forgotten memory now for Darren Johnson. What will they be like for Andy Jenkins? Because he takes on Alan Norris in our next match.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darren Johnson has sealed a 4-0 success against Steve Perren in his first game of the Thursday morning session. These are the stats then from our second game of the day. Johnson with an 81 average, 4 out of 10 on the double. Solid display from him, whilst for Steve Perren, work for him to do as he looks to get his first win in this competition. So then let's move into game 3 of our day now. It sees Alan Norris take on Andy Jenkins in what should be a high-quality encounter. We saw Alan Norris in the previous series. He took part in week 12, another week which was filled with darting legends. And one of his highlights was this 1-2-4 finish against John Boy Walton. Norris has actually won his last 5 games in this competition, but it wasn't enough to qualify him for Saturday night's final, just pipped to the post by our very own Chris Mason. He takes on Andy Jenkins. He's been here for all 4 days so far, and the highlight of his week was this 120 finish, which we are about to see now against Adam Mould. He turned this game around. He was 3-0 down. It took it to 3-3, but Mould did win it in the decider. He's showing some glimpses of his best, and in Group C has got a very good chance of making it through. But let's find out a little bit more about Alan Norris now. I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Alan, welcome back to the Super Series. Your second experience on this stage here in Portsmouth. How did you find it first time round?
Yeah, great venue. Loved it.
And of course, you were here at Legends Week last time. Back in a sort of Legends Week again this time round with some really, really good players on the show.
Yeah, I've just been in the room, so yeah, I've just seen who I got in my group. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting day.
And of course, there's some legends in there. Peter Manley in there amongst them as well. Last time you heard us say you had the likes of Mason. Is it nice to kind of play those legends of the game which you would have played in the past?
Well, I've never played Pete Manley ever. So, but yeah, Darren Johnson and Mike Huntley and that, I know them from the seniors tour. So yeah, looking forward to hopefully what's going to be a good week.
Any expectations for the week?
Yeah, win.
Love that attitude. Love that attitude. Alan, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
So, game 3 of our session sees Alan Norris take on Andy Jenkins. The bookmakers have these two as the favourites to go on and progress their way into Saturday night's final. Will that be the case after 10 matches in this group? We will find out tomorrow. But in the immediate present, let's see who will claim the first victory in this group. It's in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy in the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry. We've seen a lot from Andy Jenkins this week. He's got 12 points so far from his opening campaign. He was a bit in and out of form. He'll be certainly wanting to get that one sorted. He'll be wanting to book his place here on Saturday because those tables in the background there, I'm sure Andy Jenkins is going to fill those up. If he gets through to Saturday, he'll be bringing a big crowd for the local boy. But for me, it's eyes on Alan Norris. He's been putting in the miles. He's been getting the reps. Got ambitions to climb the rankings once again. And certainly winning this group or winning this week. Getting through the Champions Week. £5,000 in prize money available this week on Saturday night. That would be a good kick-start to 2023 and those ambitions. First.
Game on.
Has the makings of a movie that should have happened, doesn't it? This Chuck Norris against Rocky to kick off the pair's campaign. They have met
100
on 4 occasions previously, and I was quite surprised, I have to say, because of when the meetings were, to see that Andy Jenkins won 3 of those 4. All of them post-2016. Norris with just 1 victory, that at a Players' Championship in 2017.
57.
He's a winner, of course, of PDC title, former Lakeside finalist. So that was kind of the end of Andy Jenkins' stay as a
55
official professional player, wasn't it, on the tour?
Yeah, and when you mentioned their Players' Championship and Alan Norris, the first thing I cast my mind to, something you might be very familiar with, was the
95
Players' Championship finals at Minehead on stage 2 when Alan Norris hit a 9-dart leg.
There's a bit of a story around that as well, because in those days, the PDC used to put up £5,000
81
on a rolling basis for 9-darters in televised tournaments, and it hit 35,000 before that event. So it was all building up nicely for a 40 grand
59
bounty at the World Championship, and Norris nicked the 35k on stage 2.
I remember, wasn't there a story as well that they used to do the prize fund for the 9-darter, but at the UK Open, but only used to be stage 1, and someone hit one on one of the outer boards and didn't get the pot.
Yeah, I can't remember who that was. There's plenty of great 9-dart prize stories. It's a shame, isn't it, that Bully Boy didn't get some more cash
85
for his in the final, though I think he'll be happy with the $500,000 that he pocketed. Now then, Rocky on the hockey, looking to break in leg 1. Interesting. Bullseye required. Oh, he's taken it out. Well, that's a rare route for 95, but it proved effective for Andy.
And Alan Norris loses his throw in the opening leg. Not though he was playing bad darts there. He looks to be a little bit more firmer in the throw. That was something that Alan Norris sort of lost over the period of time when he sort of came out of the rankings as a professional player. That
60.
It all just looked a bit soft.
Just talk us through that 95 route there that Jenkins opted for, because it is rare, but I think it's perfectly legitimate, isn't it? It's if you think you're going to do it in 2 darts and treble 19s are short, but if you're going to go the bull 25 route, then no difference really starting on the treble 20.
45.
I don't see, I mean, yeah, the treble 20, he could have actually given himself the opportunity there to have gone 3 for double 16.
Yeah.
But I think leaving the 75 in 2 darts, you've also got the worry of hitting the ball. And I think it just reduces the opportunity getting hit, and I think heightens the risk, because the 25, you've literally got to get that. You can't go in the middle, you can't go outside. It makes it a risky play. And I would rather go for the 25 first if you're going to do that bullseye route for the 91 to the 95.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe one of those that depends on the position of the other player in the leg as well. 98 for Norris to break back, but Andy Jenkins comes knocking.
140, Alan Yukar 98.
Angry not to have filled it up. He wanted just to make Norris ponder a little bit more. Double 19 if he wants it. He does want it.
And he gets it. 1-1. Alan Norris.
You know, I was saying up to the lost the first leg there that I'm much more impressed with Alan Norris seeing him here. The firmness in the throw, and he was on there for an 11-dart leg.
Third leg, Alan to
ends up on 12.
Game on.
Well, there's not an awful lot of room, is there, when a player stands back and stands tall like that? Andy Jenkins almost having to get down off the stage. I think a couple of players here that, in more ways than one, want to make their presence felt. 30. They want to say, look, I'm the boss. Andy Jenkins in his backyard here. Alan Norris, I mean, when we spoke on the balcony yesterday, I felt that Alan 84. Norris would be my favourite for the group. Is that something you'd agree with?
100%. When I always have a look at the odds at the start of the day, and they had him at 3 to 1. And I thought that was massive value. As Andy Jenkins puts the 180 in, that recovers the situation after the 30 and puts him back in the leg. But they've got Andy Jenkins 6 to 4 favourite to win this group. I think the 3 to 1 on Alan Norris was the way to go. And especially now we've seen Michael Huntley lose to Peter Manley in the opener. When we talk about at the start, when you said, what's it like for the other players, that's exactly that. Because I don't expect either of these to lose to Peter Manley later on today. So it's almost like they've got a bit of a handicap now in this group. They should have a bit of a cushion, and it possibly could battle out between those after just that one result.
Tell you what as well, next match, Peter Manley against Steve Perren, who was hammered 4-0 by Darren Johnson in his opener. It didn't settle at all. Real opportunity for Manley after 15 straight defeats to go 2 from 2.
Well, you're not the only one who thinks that one, because I'm checking the odds and seeing what's moving. This morning, you could have got 11 to 4 about Peter Manley. You can now only get 13 to 8. The faith in Peter Manley has been restored amongst the punters.
Can Norris get in front here? Double 8.
76.
Just wide, and now
48.
Andy Jenkins can make it a third straight breaker throw.
And credit to Andy Jenkins, he opened this leg with 30. When you open with 30 against the throw, you don't expect to be having 2 darts at the double.
32.
But he's missed those two
Alan
darts.
Newclass 16.
And Alan Norris can now restore some order in this encounter.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nicely
Alan
done
Norris.
by Norris to edge in front for the first time in this match. He will face Darren Johnson in his second game. Andy Jenkins to play Michael Huntley straight after that Manley
Both Andy to
Perren
throw first. Game on.
battle. I'm sure there were a few market moves, a few punters on Manley to lose all of his matches yesterday. There might be one or two on him to win them all now, Matt.
125.
Maybe Manley himself, but I'm not sure too many people will be going along with that
60.
one.
By the way, he's not allowed, just to clear that up for legal reasons. What price would you give if you were the bookie? Peter Manley to win all games.
59.
I think I'd do what they've done today and just really close down the markets, because the thing is, he's got that ability in there, and you just don't know. He could
60.
show. He doesn't need to show it for a whole week. He doesn't need to show it for a whole day. He just needs to show it for 5 to 10 minutes.
140.
Well, I have actually done the maths here and had a look at those odds, and I can tell you, if you put £10 on Peter Manley to win all 5 matches today, you will lose £10.
100.
Unless obviously you cashed out after game 1, which he
99.
has won. He did win his opening game against Michael Huntley against the darts as well.
Enjoy having fun with
54.
Peter
And
Manley.
Newcastle 78.
Takes it in great spirits, great character, as is this man. And they're
Game
all
shot on
great
the
darts
fourth
players.
leg. Andy Jenkins.
There's a great quote that you've come out with that you've actually taught me, Mr. Edgar, about, and you'll have to say it because I'll probably fluff it, but about still being able to be great
Flag Allen to
once.
throw first. Game on.
Just remind us of that one.
I actually got it from The Undertaker on his documentary, The Last Ride, and it was, I'm not as good as I
58.
once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
And this is a week where we will see that play out time and time again, isn't it? With legs of darts like the one we've just witnessed.
58.
It's actually a quote from a song. I can't remember what the song is. It's a... I'll have to try and find it in the break. He just talks about how he can't repeat
57.
the action all year round, but for a one-off sort of situation, and that's where The Undertaker picked it up from, because he used to just get ready for WrestleMania once a year rather than wrestling a full year. And he could be
100.
The Undertaker for that one night, but he couldn't be him 365 days a year.
I'm glad you cleared up you were talking about a wrestler rather than your local funeral directors there. They should be good all the time.
140.
It's a good match, this.
85.
We've seen 3 really different games of darts so far this morning. A real rout. Darren Johnson without really having to produce anything like his best game. Then that battle between Manley and Huntley.
140.
But this is a higher quality affair than anything we've seen so far. As borne out by the numbers. Jenkins north of 90. Norris just
60.
underneath that
Alan
mark.
Newcastle 106.
Could still do it if he fancies it. Does he fancy it? He usually does.
66.
Decided against it on that occasion.
Yeah, like you say, a more high-quality game, this one, and with this one, you sort of get the vibe that the
44.
loser of this is going to
Alan
come off and
Newcastle
feel, why
40.
are Peter Manley on 2 points after throwing the 69 average? Darren Johnson played against the 64 and got 2
Game shot on
points.
the
I've
fifth
gone off and
leg.
played well
Alan Norris.
and got nothing. And that can be the thing with these groups. When you say about how matches or results or games can affect, that could be the pattern of thought that can slip into the mindset when you play here in the Super Series.
6 leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
And he can be that kind of thinker, can't he, Andy Jenkins? Although I have to say, and you've pointed it out throughout the week, he's been a pretty happy chappy this week
125.
so far. Sometimes can be the kind of Mario Balotelli of darts. Why always me approach from Andy Jenkins? But this week, he's had a Cheshire Cat grin on his face most of his matches.
180.
Norris fires in his first max of the day, the second of this game, one apiece. Andy Jenkins hit one earlier in the match. But
70.
I first went onto the Pro Tour around 2011. That's when I first met Andy Jenkins. And I have never seen him smile. Certainly not to the level we've seen here. He's laughing in games,
100.
he's smiling along. He certainly won't be laughing in this one, though, because he will want to be here on Saturday. There are 2 places available in this group, though, not like the one just seen in Group
58.
A. He is the local boy, and I do fancy him to pack out those tables. He gets through to Saturday night.
Yeah, it's his second stab, isn't it? He did play in the Thursday and Friday groups earlier on in this
44.
stage and missed out on doing that. He's always bitterly disappointed when he doesn't make it. Just a quirk of geography that we happen to play in Portsmouth, where Jenkins is well known.
100.
Probably their most successful darts player. There are other players that live in the area now. Simon Whitlock, for one, has achieved more. But in terms of born and bred,
135.
the reason why they call Andy Jenkins the king of Cosham.
148.
Yeah, there was a young lad coming through a few years ago. I think was it Ricky Williams, I think his name was. He was
44. Alan York,
promising
42.
star from Portsmouth as well. But this, 42 for the match. And a good match.
No doubt the best we've seen so far, and it's 2 at tops. I'm taking 2, 4 tops
Game
for
shot
Alan Norris, and it's a 4-2 win as Chuck defeats Andy Jenkins in the pair's opening encounter in Group C. A decent standard, as you can see. It's Norris who finishes north of 90 on the average in the end. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Both players taking out 90-something checkouts, but Andy Jenkins defeated in his opener. Coming next, Peter Manley looking to double up on victories. He faces Steve Perren.
So it turns out Chuck can still chuck like we knew Chuck could chuck, as he gets the better of Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 2 in his opening game of the day. Let's have a look then at the averages from that particular battle. Alan Norris with a 90 average, a max apiece in that game. 2 out of 4 on the doubles for Andy Jenkins, 86 average, but it was that 4 from 7, 57% ratio of doubling there for Alan Norris there, which seals him the victory, high out of 98 as well. We said it was going to be a high quality contest. That was exactly what we saw there, but it is Norris who is the victor and gets himself on to 2 points in the group. That means every single player has played once here at the Super Series today, which means we're going to begin round 2. And we begin with Steve Perren up against Peter Manley. Peter Manley, who actually has a 100% record in this group, having won his opening game, which was the opening game of the day. And it was courtesy of that 70 finish against Michael Huntley in the deciding leg, 4-3 to seal that first win of the week. And you can see there the celebration there from Manley, which sealed him the success there. He takes on Steve Perren, who is looking to get on the board following his opening game. That was a 4-0 defeat to Darren Johnson. It's our 4th match of the day here at the Super Series. We're just waiting for Peter to make his way on to the hockey. Maybe it's some Manly mind games here again at the Super Series. Maybe he's just got the looking for it now after winning that opening game of the day. He's going to be one of the stars, of course, of the World Seniors Championship, which is at the Circus Tavern in February, which is why he's here to get himself match sharp for that particular occasion. For Steve Perren, another opportunity to showcase his talents here on the big stage in front of the lights. And of course, you can be a part of us, of the finals night, should I say, here at the Super Series. It's Saturday night, it's 10 p.m, and the tickets are complimentary. It's dartshot.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for that occasion. You can get tickets for every single week up until finals night here, or champions night here at the MODUS Super Series. As you can see, Peter Manley has made his way onto the stage. So let's hand over to our commentary team. It's Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar.
Peter Manley does what Peter Manley wants to do on Peter Manley time, I think is the general vibe of this. Is that a sign, though, that maybe he's a bit confident in this game? Because normally the players get 2 to 3 minutes before we hand over to the stage, and that gives them time to get practice in and feel comfortable up there, where now he's going to come up, he's only going to probably get his 6 match practice starts before it's time to start. So he's sacrificed that bit of time there to feel comfortable, but is that a sign because he already feels comfortable? Is he trying to dislodge any comfort that Steve Perren may find up there and upset the rhythm of his practice?
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen Manley, I'm going to say, employ such a tactic this week. It's just because it's become synonymous with Peter Manley that that's the kind of thing that he does. He's well versed in the darker arts of darts. Making Steve Perren wait, making Steve Perren think. Remember, he's been there this week, not having won a leg. Didn't win one all of yesterday, and Perren was heavily beaten 4-0 by Darren Johnson in the opening match.
Game on.
Paul Hinks gets proceedings underway. Peter Manley, having had a completely imperfect record earlier in the week, losing all 15 matches in Group A, is looking to maintain a perfect record by doubling his win tally in Group C.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this was a form of tactic from Peter Manley. Now, I can say from playing on the professional ranks, what we tend to do on that as well is those practice starts before you start playing. Players have been known to disrupt the rhythm of that. Now, what that is before the match starts, you don't want the players to get into the rhythm and the pace of the game. Once the game starts, you've read the pace and you know like how much time you've got to step back and process. You still want your opponent to be working that out in the first leg. And you've probably seen this in times where people are having the practice starts and then they'll just stop and go have a drink of the water. Then they'll just go, they'll move the case to the other side of the table.
45.
And they'll do things just to disrupt that rhythm or just walk to the hockey a bit slower so players don't settle into the pace and the expectation of play within that practice starts.
60.
Already get the feeling that Steve Perren is a man who's putting himself
81.
under pressure.
60.
Perspiration visible for the local player. We saw Head Jen not
85.
far away
Seeded
from
car 141.
where we are based here in Portsmouth at the Super Series. Peter Manley's had a long old trek from Carlisle. Go on, Manley, then. Let's have it. 3 bullseyes.
45. Peter car 150.
Did he go for it?
Not sure what he went for, but I know that the little 5 wouldn't have
Seeded
been
car
the required
96.
target there for Peter Manley. Steve Perren, a possible 2-dart combination. There's a treble with the opener. Much improved Steve Perren so far.
87. Peter car
All woes on the
105.
outer ring. Perren yet to win a leg. Just 4-0 against Darren Johnson. Didn't even get a dart in that one at the double.
55.
The single he's got to
Seeded
worry
car
about first
9.
here. And your arm can feel ever so heavy when you haven't won a leg yet. But that's a decent dart. Settles himself, double 4. Oh, but he's
No
left
score.
himself
Peter
back
car
on 9.
50.
Peter Manley may go straight for the bull here. Decided against it. His finishing's been decent. Double 10.
30.
Double
Steve
10 that he
Bar
wrapped up
9.
that 70 finish with to win his match against Michael Huntley. But when you say about the arm going heavy, this is going to be even heavier now.
Yeah, and you could see it in that dart in the 1. It was not as well thrown as the first attempt. He does get another go at double 4,
1.
but he's getting further
Peter
away.
car 20.
And Steve Perren is in peril here. As Peter
Big
picks his
shot on the first
pockets,
leg. Peter
sneaks it into the
Manley.
double 10 and takes the lead. Having won his first match, Manley is on the up at the Modus Super Series. He's dying to laugh. He is laughing now,
Second
Peter
leg, Steve
Manley.
to throw first. Game on.
If Peter Manley can do this going into the second round of fixtures, he will go back to the top of the
83.
table. And we can get that graphic put back up again for you Peter Manley fans. Get your screenshot while you can.
60.
Who knows, this could be the spark. We said he's got that ability in the locker. We saw glimpses of it in his match with John Part at the seniors match play.
100.
Also took 4 legs off Phil Taylor the game after. Stayed 4 in that one. Didn't pick up a win at the Tavern as well,
81.
so he's got wins in him. He's got a win in him
46.
today. 4-3 against Michael Huntley. Michael Huntley was one that I said at the very start of the day to Henry up on the balcony.
180.
After Peter Manley didn't hit a single 180 over 15 matches across 3 days of play, 5 games each day on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He has hit a
39.
180 in both of his matches today.
Rolling back the years. Don't hit another, Peter, whatever you do.
85.
Well, takes off 85, down to 95. And Peter Manley, who has been the whipping boy all week, might be
45.
doing the
Peter
whipping
car
himself here, and
95.
it's Perren who looks like he's going to be playing that role in this group.
He's gone the more traditional route on the ball, which we didn't see from Andy
65.
Jenkins, but I don't see why, because Perren back on 188 just causing unnecessary drama and a bit of overthinking there from Manley and overplay.
Yeah, and it could have landed anywhere that last start, but it's landed in a 20, which leaves him on an odd double.
98. Peter car 30.
And does he go straight for this? Double 15, the target. Straight for it. He could bounce it off that barrel, actually, Peter Manley. His darts can be
15.
further
Silver
away
bar
from the double,
90.
but still be an aid, can't they, because of their shape?
Yeah, I think this is all just unnecessary drama that Peter Manley didn't need. He didn't need to go that way. He could have left himself a much more familiar and favourable double. To me, that is a footballer getting in the
50.
penalty box
Peter
after
car
beating the last
15.
defender and starting to do step-overs before taking a shot.
Has he got the skills to finish the leg?
7.
He hands Perren an
Silver bar
opportunity to win
40.
his first leg of Thursday's action. Double top. Double 10. Doesn't like it. Has to step across.
Game
But it's
shot on
in.
the second leg. Steve Perren.
And Perren will not suffer the same fate as his opponent did yesterday. He gets a leg on the board. One apiece.
Third leg, Peter to throw first. Game on.
Both have had 9 darts at a double to convert their 1.
60.
Just take a look over to the odds compilers in running, and it's getting close to the point where they can't split them. We can't split them in the legs column. We can't split them on the checkouts. We can barely split them in the averages. Can you split them?
28.
Well, we saw the highest quality match so far. I think it's safe to say we're seeing the lowest quality match so far in this group, as we expected it to be.
$100. 60.
One of the things you're going to see, though, from Peter Manley, to see that improvement, we're not going to see him go from where he is now to then averaging in the 80s or the 90s. What we're going to see is we're going to see little nuggets, little glimpses. And we've seen that.
39.
We've seen him win more legs. We've seen him taking the checkouts in that game against Michael Huntley. We've seen 2 180s that we haven't seen. There are signs of improvement. What we're
60.
not going to see is a rocket strapped to the Peter Manley game where it all of a sudden is back to being world number 1. Going to be those little glimpses, and then it's just about gelling them together a little bit more neater.
There's that heavy arm coming into play again for Perren.
41.
Yeah, you mentioned that from Manley, but we did see him click, didn't we, at the World Seniors match play last year? Had a great comeback win against John Part.
140.
And there. His second ton 40 of the match.
Manley being one of the characters of the game. He's very popular, isn't he, on the
100.
exhibition circuit? And you'll often
153.
find him down your local standing on a chair trying to hit the doubles. You don't need to stand on a chair for this one, Peter. We will let you stand on the floor.
88.
65 when he returns. 60 years old. The way this game's going, he might be 65 when it finishes.
50. Peter McGrath, 65.
Choices here. 25, the usual MO. And it's tops for Manley.
45.
Just underneath.
Steve McGrath, 127.
Can Paul Hinks give us the famous 127 in game?
No, he can't, because Steve Perren has focused so much on hitting the treble 17
116.
that he didn't
Peter
find the
McGrath,
single, and he
20.
would have hit the ball if he had, Matt. Miles away. Edging closer. And in, Peter Manley
Game shot on the third leg.
takes
Peter
the lead
Manley.
2-1 over Steve Perren. Just doesn't look settled, does he? Steve Perren.
Fourth leg, Steve
Peter
to
Manley,
first.
and
Game on.
again, I think down to his intentions and his ambitions this week, which aren't really, you know, about taking the title on Saturday.
60.
Of course, he's going to try and win every match he plays in, but it's about finding some form, some competitive practice ahead of the World Seniors.
60.
He's as calm as anything.
Yeah, and that's just... When you look for experience, he's not trying to gain that. Experience is always the mind and body engaged with task. So he's not looking at experience as such. He just wants
41.
reps. He just wants to play, and that's what he's doing. He's getting that time in on the board. He's got no expectations, and everything's a bonus.
60.
Yeah, he's forgotten more about this game than most people know, Peter Manley. Unfortunately for him, including how to throw the darts. My tongue pressed firmly in my cheek. I apologise to all Manley friends and family, but he knows and you know it's done
41.
in jest.
Yeah, we're not saying that the standard of this one has been slow, but when it started, Peter Manley was clean shaven.
41.
Do you think this match is mentally
140.
kind of make or break for Steve Perren?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He's got some very tough fixtures coming his way.
140.
Just looking ahead now, his next game's Alan Norris. For me, Alan Norris is the favourite to win this group. He's already took out his biggest contender in Andy Jenkins. Andy Jenkins is going to play Steve Perren. And then Michael Huntley at the end. I think he'd have been warmed into the day by then.
59.
I think if Steve Perren was to get a victory here, he needed to pick up Michael Huntley early, like Peter Manley did, when there still might be those nerves.
140.
Manley is starting
Steve Car 160.
to turn it up a bit. That's his third 140 of this match. He's also had a 180 as well.
Manley making moves, but Steve Perren might be pitching his tent here. Was looking for another to leave himself a go at tops. Can't take out the 160. Leaves himself handy. Manley just wants 60. Oh, he's got 60.
Steve Car 20.
But in one dart, and one dart has bust his score.
That's a nice lie there for Steve. He just shuffles to the left
Game
and
shot on the
slides it to
fourth
the
leg.
left.
Steve
And in it goes.
Perren.
Good darts there, Steve Perren. There was two very good darts and the 140 there to set that up. But there is no master out in steel tip darts. Master out would have allowed Peter
Fifth
Manley
leg,
to have
Peter
won
to
that
throw
game, hitting the
first.
treble
Game on.
20. Often a rule employed in soft tip darts.
80.
Now, when we look at the numbers, we can look at the averages and say they're a long way off of what we normally expect. But actually, when we look at these power scores,
100.
in fact, of the 140 column and the ton column, certainly for Steve Perren, it's not bad. That is what we'd expect.
100.
The problem is, it's the shots that are gelling them together. There are far too many trebleless visits. Certainly in terms of finding that top level, they are both still ticking these columns and certainly putting enough in that tumpless column to
60.
suggest they could be competitive.
Well, the averages aren't going to be anything to write home about at the end of this match. It'll probably be combined something
100.
like 129, I would imagine. But I'm rather enjoying watching it. I don't always need to have
140.
astronomical averages for a decent watch. What you need is two players that are pretty evenly matched, and you don't know which way it's going to go.
60.
A match. You've just said it there, the word match. We can watch games of darts where we'll have one player, like Darren Johnson, Steve Perren. That was a game of darts. One player was significantly better than the other. It was a game. It wasn't a match. This is a match. Two players of equal skill and ability taking each other on. And excuse the expression, I'm
45.
not saying this
Peter
about
Car
these players. It's an expression
161.
that Barry Hearn came out with that I've always liked. He said, sometimes two donkeys have the best races.
88. Steve Car 156.
Good timing for that comment. 156 for Steve Perren.
$21. Peter Car 73.
So, Manley looking at 14 and tops. Well, both players are just
33.
spraying them a little bit at the moment.
This would be a way to stamp some authority on the match, but he can't take it from there. That slipped into the 10. So Manley will have a chance here to hold his throw, move himself one leg
14.
away from
Peter
a
Car
second
40.
victory and back-to-back victories.
Tops he wants to the left. And down for double 10. Gets it.
Game shot on
Peter
the
Manley
fifth leg.
leads
Peter Manley.
by one and is one away from a second win of the day. And to maintain his unbeaten record. Who thought we would be uttering those words this week?
6 leg Steve to throw first. Game on.
The thing is as well, all decent darts players, semi-professional, top amateurs and professional players are capable of little spells, aren't they? Of
27.
producing a 180, producing a big finish. Even you yourself, Matt, hit a 170 once, didn't you?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've just got to... You don't have to be better than that player over a lifespan. You know, I've beat Michael van Gerwen, I've beat Gary Anderson in one-off matches. Nowhere near their capabilities of over a lifetime span.
100.
But for those few minutes, you use the cup final as the expression.
Well, if you can hit a 180, you're as good as anybody, aren't you? But it's the consistency,
100.
the frequency that they do it with that makes the difference.
Well, Peter Manley is starting to show that. He's dug into the locker and he's found something.
60.
Trying to get this one wrapped up. 140, 100. The two scores so far from Manley. And he is throwing these darts. He's not flicking them.
100.
Like we've seen him do for the last couple of days. They are thrown darts. It's like all of a sudden he's remembered how to be Peter Manley, the dart player.
And good thinking as well there, using the 25 to leave a finish. Probably didn't need to with Perren
119.
a long way behind.
161.
But he wants to finish with a flourish, some fireworks. It ain't happening. Could look at the bull again here.
44.
That was the intention.
$55. Peter Gar 100.
Maybe a bit unlucky there. Perren, it flicked off the flight, diverted the path of that dart into the wrong treble.
Just having a ponder, looking at the Steve Perrin score, working out what the
32.
best option
Peter
is.
Gar 140.
That wasn't the best outcome for Peter Manley. 85. We've seen him take out a few good shots, but the first thing he needs to do is see Steve Perrin miss this 140.
100. Peter Gar 85.
Well, it's well poised. Manley 85 and throwing, Perren 40 and waiting. It's two darts for one dart, though, at tops.
45.
And it's two
Peter
darts
Gar
squandered
40.
at that target. Perrin now will hope to pin that himself.
Perrin was expecting Manley to do that. You could see him nodding along in the background. Does he
Inch on the
expect
sixth
himself
leg, Steve Perrin.
to hit tops? Well, he does, and this goes to a last leg shootout. I think this is probably what we expected as well to come down to this situation. In the last leg, we saw the Peter Manley scoring
7 and
power
final
return.
leg, Peter to throw first. Game
10
on.
scores over a ton for Manley, 13 for Perrin. So, again, it's not those big hits that are the problem. It's the things that gel them together,
60.
the consistency.
Well, Manley certainly giving money's worth today. 4-3 in his opener against Michael Huntley. It's going to be
45.
4-3 either way in this one. Neither player finding a treble with their opening visit. There's a bit of spray and pray at the moment.
45.
Now, we mentioned about what the players would have expected from this. This is where they're now going to start feeling the nerves a little bit.
60.
Because whether you had the expectation or not, when you get to this situation, you can't help but get carried away with the moment. I can speak like this from
60.
exhibitions that I've done recently as well, where playing in these shows and these events, and people say, oh, they don't really matter too much, but I can guarantee when you're playing and you're on stage, they do matter. It's just that bit afterwards that doesn't lag so much. But Steve Perrin
140.
is fifth. 140 so far in this game.
Yeah, and the perfect time for Perren,
59.
who is making his move now in this match. He's taken the darts effectively off Peter Manley. Has a lead plus these.
61.
Just get a feeling, despite the lead that Perrin has, that it's quite likely that
85.
both players will get darts or double here. And that's what it'll come down to. 3 points in it.
We've had 26 missed darts at a double in total here. 16 for Manley, 10 for Perrin.
Has to be careful to leave a finish now.
33.
And he didn't think that through, did he?
We've seen Manley smile a few times. You probably feel he'll be
60.
smiling beneath there. And Steve Perrin leads the 162. 132 is a nice finish. I'm a big fan of it, either throwing for it or watching it. It always looks really good on the eye.
It was a bad miscalculation that from Perrin. He hit 25 from 187. Didn't even
130.
need to go that way. Could have hit a single number to leave a finish. Well, here it is. How are we going to see a champagne shot here from Peter Manley? Treble 19. Would have left the bull and it just whistled past that wire.
49. Steve Car 32.
for the match. His first win in this format.
Is there even a way between the posts?
No score.
Oh,
Peter
it was
Parr,
close. It was a good
83.
attempt. Now Manley looking to snatch it away. Single 16 would have left the bull, but the treble leaves double 9.
74.
Is that in?
Steve Car 32.
The distance away. The practice room next to us is going crazy. Peter Manley can only look and smile. Perren, though, still yet to get over the line. Double 8. He's getting further away. It's twitchy. It's nervy.
Game shot
But
on the
Perren
mat, Steve Perren.
has managed to take it. A 4-3 success for Steve Perren over Peter Manley, who did miss the opportunity to win that match. That double 9 missed by a big distance. And it is Perren who picks up the points in that one. A tense end to that match coming next. Andy Jenkins looking for his first win of the day against Michael Huntley, who lost to Peter Manley in the first match of the morning.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, the MODUS Super Series is here with you throughout the duration of 2023. We're going to see some thrills, some spills, some high drama as well, and some brilliant darts too. Well, the previous match between Peter Manley and Steve Perren wasn't a game which had the highest of average, but it did bring us its fair share of darting entertainment. Steve Perren winning 4-3 there against Peter One Dart Manley, who did have darts himself to win the match, which would have sealed a second consecutive victory for him in the group. But it is Perren who gets over the line by 4 legs to 3 in that one. So we are heading into our 5th game of the day. It sees Michael Huntley take on Andy Jenkins. These two have actually met away from the MODUS Super Series. That was in a World Seniors Open event. It was in a semi-final. Mike got the better of Andy by 4-3 before then playing Darren Johnson, another one of the players on show here today in the final. Who's going to win the battle of these two? We're about to find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Sandy Jenkins looking for a first victory. I'm sure that he may have just been reminded backstage before he walked out that he currently is below both Peter Manley and Steve Perren in the fledgling Group C table. The 51-year-old from Cosham in Portsmouth, former World Championship semi-finalist, nicknamed Rocky, takes on the man from that town in Wales, also 51 years of age, and played here before as an ADC qualifier. He is a decent player on the seniors tour, as we said, has qualified before. Henry mentioned that epic battle that they had, and Matt, I know you've been digging down into the stats of Michael Huntley, but he hasn't shown it at the Super Series yet. It's a little bit puzzling, isn't it, as to why?
He's shown it a little bit last time he was here, but he's not shown us it in that opening game there when he did lose out to Peter Manley. I do expect him to get better as this
44.
goes. I did say up on the balcony with Henry this morning that he is one to keep an eye on as someone who could really sort of shake this group up a little bit. He is number 6 on the Seniors Tour Order of Merit at the moment. That is actually 1 place higher than the winner of Group A, which was Richie Howson.
55.
Martin Turner sat in number 9, so he's actually above player that qualified for Group B in Turner, and our first player that has got through to Saturday night's final. So more evidence that Huntley is going to turn up.
And there is Exhibit A,
100.
ladies and gentlemen, because Michael Huntley's second max of the day has put him firmly in the box seat against a throw in leg 1 of this one.
60.
And you can't win a group, we say it many times, on the first day, but you can lose it, can't you? And Andy Jenkins, if he loses his first couple of matches, will already find himself in trouble.
This for the man who was the favourite to win the group, 6-4.
46.
Now, normally I say you've got 3 lives in Group C. If you get 7 wins, you should be okay, or you're going to be very, very close. So it gives you 3 lives, 3 opportunities which you can lose. I don't know if that's going to be the same here with Manley and Perren, who are performing much lower than the standard at the moment.
Game shot on the
Huntley up
first
to the
leg.
standard
Mike
here,
Huntley.
115 out, and just on the other side of the coin, based on what you're saying there, Matthew, it's more important for him to get a win here, having lost to one of the players that everybody expects to beat.
It would be.
Mike to throw
did you
first.
see? Oh, Andy Jenkins getting it wrong there.
Come on.
Thought it was his darts, but he approached the hockey there, shaking the head. Now, if you remember what I said earlier, when Jenkins was losing to Alan Norris, and we saw Peter Manley when we were 69 average and Darren Johnson have a one-way victory for him, we said it'd be easy for Andy Jenkins to come off stage at that point and think, how on earth are these players ahead of me in the table? And Michael Huntley was one of the players, or is the only player this week to lose to Peter Manley. Then he comes here and it's a 15 darter with a 180, a 115 out. Is Jenkins starting to get into that pattern of, where is my luck?
Well, this is glorious from Huntley so far.
50.
He was ever so polite about Jenkins trying to nick his throw there, wasn't he? It was a sort of tentative gesture. Please, Andy, it's my turn. That's a tentative visit as well from Huntley, who just opens the door a little for Andy Jenkins here. Hasn't had much luck today, but needs to make the most of the luck that does come his way.
41.
And has been unable to do so on that occasion.
Can't make his mind up on the glasses, can he? They're on, they're off, they're on, they're off. We saw him on at the end of yesterday, and he actually had a decent performance in that one. But we've seen many times over the years players try to don the spectacles, and it just doesn't quite work out.
180. 80.
Leave him
Michael
off.
110.
Jenks. It doesn't matter what he does because Huntley can clean this up. Shake of the head from Rocky.
78. Andy O'Quan 90.
Right, an opportunity for Jenkins. Bullseye.
45. Michael O'Quan 32. $16.
And
Andy
he gets another
O'Quan
chance.
45.
Finally. Some rub of the green for Rocky. Who's ditched the specs and leveled the
Game shot on the
match
second leg.
by finding the green
Andy
bit. What a
Jenkins.
piece. I just think sometimes, I know you're into the psychological side of sport, Matthew, and the change itself can sometimes just focus the mind a little bit, can't
Third
it?
leg Andy to throw first.
That's
Game on.
psychological in general, you know, even the attention span of a human. If I was going to do a
43.
presentation, I'd be changing my tone, I'd be changing my height to different positions. Just if you do everything from one place, you do everything in one position all the time, then yeah, it can
140.
start to get to that almost idle brain.
I think darts is a game where that can really creep in more than any other, isn't
60.
it? How many times do you see a player that look like they've blocked a target, so they step across and they produce a brilliant dart straight into the treble, partly because they're probably more focused than they were when they were
100.
just standing in the same place doing the same thing.
Yep, that is defined as fluency, doing the same thing, the same action
140.
over and over again. And there's plenty of tests and studies that talk about that fluency style of learning not working. That's why the second you leave school, you forget 99% of the
100.
things you've learnt at school, because we don't actually learn things at school. We learn how to answer an exam at the end, which is why I fell out of love of teaching. in the end.
85. Michael O'Quan 161.
Every day's a school day alongside you. Well, that would have been an A+ finish for Mike Huntley.
97.
All that Jenkins can do here is try and pile on some pressure. And he's making a good show of that.
133. Michael O'Quan 64.
When Andy Jenkins, we talk about his luck, he will be cursing his luck. If this one goes, he's put some pressure situation you can see on his face. I think we need Andy Jenkins' cam.
Yeah, move your head, Mike, because Andy
Game
Jenkins'
shot on
face
the third leg.
is
Mike
more
Huntley.
interesting than the finish itself.
So I've just had a look through at possibilities here for Andy Jenkins, because he's obviously going to feel he's not got a lot of luck here. So we've
like Mike
looked at
to
some
throw first.
superstitions
Game
for
on.
things that could have bad luck on them. He might have a broken clock in his house. One of them, green paint. That's a new one on me. Does Andy Jenkins have a green room in his house?
Well, Huntley just painted that red. The maximum to open the fourth
40.
leg of this match. Can't follow it. What else? I know about walking under ladders and things like that.
100.
We've got an open umbrella.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Scenes of destruction. Rocking chairs.
Rocky chairs.
Cacti.
22.
Mirrors.
I don't know, breaking them's bad luck, isn't it?
Oh, I must be the most unluckiest person in the world here then, because an unmade bed
83.
apparently is unlucky. I think there's many viewers that will agree with me. There's no point in making it, because you're just going to get back in it and mess it back up again.
Well, you could say there's no point in eating food because you just got... Anyway, we'll leave that there.
137. Michael O'Quan
As
138.
Huntley looks at the Della.
$60.
So at the very start, we expected more from Huntley. This is more like what we'd expect, if not a bit better than what we'd expect. He's up at the nearly
58.
96
Michael O'Quan
average
78.
here. Looking to confirm that breaker throw. He's got plenty of time to do it.
And also Andy Jenkins must be
38.
thinking about his luck against this particular player as well. Henry mentioned in his preview of this match that
54.
that match where
Michael O'Quan
Jenkins was
40.
4-1 up against at the Seniors Open last March in a semi-final, going on to lose 5-4. Great guide, that.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That victory
Mike
wasn't the only
Huntley.
victory that Mike Huntley got against Andy Jenkins in that series of events. He also beat him 3-2 in the semi-final the day prior to that as well. So
Fifth
two
leg Andy to
victories
throw
there at
first,
the
game
latter
on.
stages. He might be a bit of a thorn in the side of Jenks at the moment.
100.
Really good level produced by Michael Huntley in this match.
85.
A couple of 180s, an average over 91. Good value for this
59.
lead.
Actually, when we look through that record of that seniors tour that week when Michael Huntley
100.
won the World Championship qualifier number 1, the semi-final he won 6-1, and that was against Darren Johnson. That is Michael
99.
Huntley's next match. We will see Darren Johnson before then. He's coming up in our next game against Alan Norris. But positive vibes here, and it's more of the same for Huntley against these two players.
60.
It feels comfortable. I also do wonder, because Norris himself
59.
said it, he's never played Peter Manley before. He's a little bit before his time, which is interesting for two players on the seniors tour. But obviously as well, Norris was playing BDO darts when Manley was
100.
at the top of the PDC. I do wonder if sometimes playing a man as famous as
39.
Peter Manley,
Might require
darting terms, a former
156.
world number 1, a 3-time world championship finalist, can just get in the head as a bit of a big deal.
I can vouch for this. So I feel
100.
hardly any
Andy
nerves
require
playing against
145.
Nathan Aspinall, Michael Van Gerwen, Michael Smith. Good chance there for Jenkins.
85. Might
But yeah,
require
I felt more
56.
nervous playing people like Ronnie Baxter.
Top 10 for the match.
Game shot on the match.
And Michael
Huntley.
Huntley gives Andy Jenkins a little bit of a thrashing there. A very good display from Huntley, who's picked himself up from that defeat to Peter Manley in match 1 and has left Andy Jenkins in a spot of bother here. 2 matches, 2 defeats for the player from Portsmouth. Is hoping to fill the hall here on Saturday night, but he's going to have to turn his group campaign around. Huntley wins 4-1. Coming next, Darren Johnson takes on Alan Norris.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was a much improved performance by Michael Huntley there. Matthew Redger alongside me up here on the balcony to assess the first 5 matches we've seen today. Before we do, let's have a look then at the stats on that game between him and Andy Jenkins. We ran out a 4-1 victor of a 91 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and of course that 1-15 finish. But Matthew Edgar alongside me up here on the balcony. When you compare that performance to the one against Peter Manley in the first game of the day, it was complete contrast.
Yeah, it was more than Michael Huntley we expected to see. I stood up here, about an hour ago, and I said Michael Huntley could be a danger in this group on the basis of what we've seen elsewhere and the form he's been showing on the Seniors Tour. He didn't show it in that first game, but he also admitted in his interviews that he gets a bit nervous, especially in those opening games. He's now starting to show what he is capable of. That was a really good polished performance, and I expect to see him stay around that mark.
In some ways, could he have relaxed a bit more for that game against Andy than perhaps he could have for that opener against Peter? A, it's the opening game of the day. B, Peter's a legend of the game, which I'm sure he would have watched over the years. And C, he would have seen what happened over the first 3 days. And in some ways, there was probably more pressure as a consequence.
And D, expectation. He would have expected to have won that match. He'd have expected to have won it comfortably. And when Manley started to do things, we've seen an increased level of performance from Peter Manley today. Yes, it's still not what we'd expect of Peter Manley of old, but we've seen him for 15 games, and we've seen him go yesterday without winning a single leg. We've never seen him at a 180. He's now got 2. And 1 in each match so far. He is starting to find little nuggets of Peter Manley, and if you can put those together, could become a bit of a spoiler for 1 or 2 players.
Talking about Peter Manley, won the first game of the day and was 1 dart away from being top of the group after 2 rounds of fixtures.
And I'm sure he would have told everyone about it. One thing I'm really enjoying about coming up onto the balcony is walking through that practice room and listening to what's going on. It's one of them that you'd really like to be involved with. It's a good, fun vibe down there, and Manley and Jenkins are really highlighting that show.
The roar when that double went in was audible from the commentary box microphones. That was how loud it was from that practice room. Up next is Alan Norris, who in the first cycle of games against Andy Jenkins probably was the standout performer.
Absolutely. And I said at the very start, Alan Norris is someone who's putting in the miles at the moment. He's travelling a lot. He's got aspirations to go back to being the Alan Norris we know before, and he certainly played like that at times in there. The throw is the thing that's really good for me at the moment. When I've seen Alan Norris in the past, it's just looked a bit soft, a bit floaty. He seems to have that sort of velocity back in the throw again. He looked good in that last game, and I do fancy him for this group.
Talking about impressive performers, how impressive was Darren Johnson first time out? He got a 4-0 victory against Steve Perren. We can have a look at this moment here. This was how he sealed it. 5-5, getting a 4-0 victory. Meanwhile, for Norris, he got the job done against Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 2, and this was how he got the game won against Rocky. That top set sealing the victory. So Johnson against Norris is match 6 of our day. Matt is going to race his way down to the commentary box. He's going to get his steps in, and he's going to join Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, it is a meeting between DJ Darren Johnson and Alan Chuck Norris. Johnson of Mexborough near Barnsley in South Yorkshire, nicknamed Dynamite, looking for an explosive display against the former World Championship finalist Norris. The pair in their days on the PDC Pro Tour met 4 times. Darren Johnson actually won 3 of their 4 meetings, including 1 on the European Tour in 2017.
First leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
Has himself reached a final of the Players' Championship event. He lost it to Simon Whitlock, having beaten Michael van Gerwen en route. And he's throwing darts like MVG at the start of this one.
Yeah, Darren Johnson yesterday took on, or was it Tuesday, took on Andy Jenkins.
85.
And it was one of those games where when you come into it, you think, don't really fancy Darren here. He's not really producing the last few, and then puts in a performance.
140.
It looks like he's about to do that again here. 180, 140 to kick this one off. It's like there's certain players, the players he was on that tour with those years ago, when he plays them, like the mind just goes back all those years and it becomes that Darren Johnson again.
Yeah, we were talking about something similar, weren't we, towards the end of the last match, feeling comfortable
90.
against certain players and feeling the total opposite against others.
Yeah, I was saying there that when I play those people that I've sort of come through with since 2011, your
96.
Van Gerwen's,
Daniel Carr,
Michael Smith,
91.
Nathan Aspinall, those sort of top players, I just don't feel nervous about those. But when I used to then go up against your Ronnie Baxters and those players of old, that's when you used to
75.
sort of get a bit twitchy, a bit nervous. Players that you've sort of watched before your sort of generation.
Wouldn't mind seeing the Rocket here, actually. He actually played some decent stuff at that
60.
seniors match play
Daniel
up in
Carr,
Hull
16.
last season. Decent stuff from Darren Johnson in this opening leg. Looking to go out in 5 visits.
No
Can't
score.
manage it, and
Alan
there's a chance
Newell,
that Alan Norris can.
160.
Yeah, if there has been a weakness in the Darren Johnson game, it has been on that outer ring. And that's why he's shaking his head. It's not just because he's missed 3 darts in this, it's because of all those
45.
previous
Daniel Carr,
experiences.
16.
Negative vibes. Going to add.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren Johnson.
Just having a watch there. I like that. I like that about a player when they get it after missing and they get it with their 7th dart, rather than the woe is me sort of approach. It's
Second leg, Alan to throw first.
the
Game on.
happiness, the growling, the snarl that we saw from Adam Mould all week so far. He'll be coming up this evening.
Well, 9 darts in the leg, or 9 darts at double.
132.
A win is a win is a win, isn't it? And he has had a 9-dart leg in his career, Darren Johnson. He hit it against Steve Beaton. Talking of legends of
140.
yesteryear, although that's maybe unfair on Beaton, who, of course, reached the final of a PDC event just last year.
And interesting about Steve Beaton, this
140.
season, this year, the 2022 season, should I say, he actually recorded his highest ever average that he's ever recorded. That was against Jonathan Worsley in a
81.
European Tour qualifier.
Yeah, the standard continues to rise in the world of darts, and those players that have been around a long time are able to do that because they're able to rise their
59.
own standard. Alan Norris looking to produce a showpiece shot when he comes back.
90. Alan Newell, 170.
Won't have to, but will certainly want to.
Always like to see a
97.
player get a shot at the 170 when the opponent's not on. Just see what they're going for. Are they going for the ball? Are they setting it up?
That average you mentioned of Steve Beaton's
85. Alan Newell,
118.19.
73.
Massive numbers.
Double 8 that
57.
Darren Johnson took
Daniel
to
Carr,
win the
105.
last leg. Alan Norris won't be taking it in this one, or at least not in that visit.
Game shot on the second leg.
Darren Johnson picks his pocket. Norris will be feeling a little bit like Jenkins was in the previous match here.
Third leg, Darren
No,
to throw
I'm not
first.
sure
Game
here.
on.
Alan Norris has just been spending a bit of time around his case, and I saw him put down the darts. Alan Norris is one of those players that can jump between darts in games.
180.
He does, and last time he was here, I did ask him about that, and it's basically the same set of darts, but he just likes the fresh feeling in his hand, so he will switch it
100.
several times in some matches. And it's not always when he's behind. Sometimes he'll win a leg and then go and swap them. Well, it was 4 perfect darts there from
97.
Darren Johnson, and you would have watched, won't he, Alan Norris, as he missed all those darts at double in that first leg, and then seeing him clean up 105, no trouble at all. And really, Johnson has
55.
now got his foot on Chuck's throat.
Well, Johnson's not lost a leg yet today. He opened with a 4-0 victory, didn't he, against Steve Perren? Steve Perren didn't get a dart at the double.
180.
Darren Johnson, a third. 180 in this one. Is he staking a claim as one of the
54.
players
Daniel
that's going to be
Carr,
here on
44.
Saturday?
Double 16, the choice. Can afford to miss darts at double this time, but
Game
only
shot on the
misses
third
one.
leg. Darren Johnson.
Leads 3-0 and takes his average to over 100.
when you look at the story of the day and you're looking at individual
Fourth leg,
players,
Alan to throw
my
first.
mind just
Game on.
instantly goes back to Andy Jenkins, who lost 4-2 to Alan Norris, who put in a very good performance. And again, he's probably thinking, why me? Why did I have to run into that performance of Alan Norris? And now Darren Johnson's blowing him away.
The 3 maximums. Staying at a very high
98.
standard, 3-figure average for DJ. Norris himself is capable of enormous numbers. His record average is higher than 112.
140.
In PDC darts, he actually beat the now world champion Michael Smith in a TV tournament with an average of 106.24.
140.
6 years ago, though, now. Alan Norris is a man who has had great personal tragedy to deal with and is looking to
85.
rebuild his career. Full of respect for Chuck. And I don't think we've seen the last of him in terms of professional darts.
29. Alan Newcar, 136.
Certainly seen him recently on the seniors tour, and you'd dare say that if you can just find a small percentage on his game, which would just be a
29.
little bit of consistency, could start to become a major threat in those events.
Well, the likes of Darren Johnson, I mean, we can see the level he's producing here. He's the sort of player that could rock up at Q-School and just win a card in
Alan Newcar,
one day,
107.
couldn't he? Seen him on the tour before, and he's put pressure on Norris here. Double top to avoid the whitewash.
Game
Brilliant
shot of
stuff
the
that from
fourth
Alan
leg.
Norris.
Alan
After 12
Norris.
darts, Johnson was poised on 54 to win the match 4-0, and Norris cleaned up 107. Excellent stuff.
That 180 as well from Darren Johnson to apply the pressure
This leg, Darren to throw
was
first. Game on.
class, but also his 4th maximum of this match. We've only played 4 legs, so he's hitting a maximum every single leg.
83.
Superb power scoring. More 180s than 140s or
45.
100s from Darren Johnson. That's where you want to be, isn't it? More 140s and tons and more 180s and 140s.
I think the key stat for me there is Darren Johnson's hit the same amount of 180s as Alan Norris has hit
100.
tons. That is why it is 3-1 to Darren Johnson.
100.
Alan Norris, though, he's a scrapper, he's a battler. He will not lie down and accept this. And he'll be looking to try and pressurise Darren Johnson.
134.
But again, when Johnson's on it, he is on it, isn't he? He nearly had that 102. I think it's 101.90 against Andy Jenkins.
140.
Yeah, very, very capable. The Yorkshireman.
60.
One of a couple in this week's action. Martin Turner of York in action tonight alongside Ian Moss,
100.
Robert Thornton,
Darren Newcar,
Trina Gulliver,
124.
and Adam Mould, the ADC qualifier. Join us from 10 PM live on Sporty Stuff TV, if you're able.
84. Alan
Or the
Newcar,
MODUS Super Series
116.
YouTube channel. If you are watching us on YouTube as well, make sure to hit subscribe. How much longer will you be watching this match? Maybe not much, because Johnson is going to have a go at tops
38.
to win it.
Darren Newcar, 40.
Wasted dart there for Alan Norris, throwing it up, throwing it off the board. Will it matter? Johnson has shown frailties on the outer
30.
ring.
Alan
And
Newcar,
even if that was just a single
78.
20 for Norris, it would have left him 2 darts here. Clearly didn't expect Johnson to miss that, but he hasn't been watching Johnson all week.
Treble 18. Located, double 12. And he
Game shot
finds
on the
that as
fifth
well.
leg. Alan Norris.
Bounced off the barrel and into the bed, and it is game on in this one. A real darting ding-dong. Johnson's missed his opportunity as he stalks around
Six
the
leg
back of
Alan
the
to throw
stage with a little
first.
bit of a
Game on.
snarl and a ponder of what's just gone, but he has to put that to the back of his mind and focus on getting the job done. Remember, he will have the darts in the deciding leg should it go the distance.
125.
This He's got plenty more darts to be thrown. Johnson could have had it wrapped up 4-1. He missed 3 darts for the match.
60.
How will that affect him? Because that has been his frailty. He's shown visible signs. He's very aware of that as well. How much is he now going to be losing faith
57.
and confidence? How much is he now going to feel he's got to force the scores to give himself time, to buy him some opportunity?
Another?
180.
Oh, this is an exhibition of maximum hitting from Darren Johnson, who takes his tally
100.
to 5. 5-0 in that department. But after 5 legs, there's only 1 leg between them.
56.
But if you're doing that, hitting a 180 every leg, you're expecting to get doubles every leg, aren't you?
Well, what he'll do is he'll give you opportunities, which he has had. He's had 13 opportunities at the outer ring.
131.
And he converted the 3. That gives him a percentage of around about the 23% mark.
And Norris has been sharper.
95.
As you saw, 2
On
out
your
of
card,
5, and he
88.
is on a finish here. And he gets 2 darts. Only
Being shown
needs
the
1.
sixth leg. Alan Norris.
Well, it's been scoring for Darren Johnson and finishing for Alan Norris. Now, usually, finishing is what wins the matches.
7th and final leg.
But you would
Darren to
expect
throw
Johnson
first.
to give
Game on.
himself an opportunity in this leg.
I think the first 3 darts here are big. You saw the shoulder coming into that
100.
one. Big, big last dart there from Johnson. Needed a treble within that visit just to give him a settler, just to make Norris chase.
96.
A really decent game of darts. Both players won their first matches, remember, so are looking to emerge as a front runner
100.
in this group. Nobody else will have gone 2 from 2.
That would have been a great time to get your first max of the game.
125.
Johnson again threw himself into that second dart, and then the third dart, brilliant again. This is for a 6th maximum.
140.
What a great leg this is.
What a time it would be for Alan Norris to get his first. Not to be. But a 140 will put him on a finish.
100.
That's
Daniel
not to be
Carr,
either, so it's 6
161.
starts. So we said that Johnson would get opportunities. 6 starts from 161 is an opportunity. But he needs to save himself here.
85.
Again, that last start.
3 times in this leg. When he just looked under pressure, when it's just looked like it could be slipping away from him, he finds that treble 20.
100. Daniel Carr, 76.
Who can hold the nerve? Can Johnson turn around that finishing stats?
Earns himself 2 chances. 1 goes begging. Long pause. Nod of the head.
60.
But
Alan
it's a
Carr,
miss.
80.
It's a mess. And based on what's gone before, he will be expecting Alan Norris to clean up here. Oh, he's gone tops, tops. He's gone tops, tops.
40.
And he
Daniel
got
Carr,
the dart
16.
at tops, but that was a bold move.
Yeah, I call that overly aggressive. I think he's burnt a dart there. I mean, he got the dart in the end at the double, but not a fan of that. That one's hit the flight and gone wide.
No score.
That one's hit the flight and gone
Alan
low.
Carr, 40.
From 3-0 down, Alan Norris could turn this around, go top of the table.
And look at that. Darren Johnson is seething in the background. This is a match in which he's hit 5
Being shot
180s,
in the match, Alan
but it
Norris.
is scoring for show, doubles for dough, to coin the old Bobby George adage, but never has it rung more true. Alan Norris didn't hit a maximum in the game. Johnson hit 5, but Norris's finishing prowess got him over the line. A 4-3 success for Alan Chuck Norris. Darren Johnson goes off to lick his wounds. We will return for many people's meeting of the morning as Manley faces Jenkins next.
Well, what a comeback victory that was for Alan Norris there against Darren Johnson, trailing by 3 legs to 0 before going on to seal a 4-3 victory against DJ. Let's have a look at the stats from that match, because it was a brilliant performance by Darren Johnson. Averaged just under 95. 5 maximums to his name in that particular match, but it was 3 from 18 on the doubles. That was his undoing in the end, but that brilliant 105 checker. Both players have a ton topper in that match. Norris of a 107 himself, but he managed to get himself over the line courtesy of that 4 from 8 doubles percentage. So every player's now played 2 games, which gives us a good chance of having a look at the league table. As you can see, Alan Norris is the man at the top of it, ahead of Darren Johnson, the man who he's just beaten. As you can see, a cluster of players on 2, with Andy Jenkins looking to get off the mark in our next match. He takes on Peter One Dart Manley. It is a battle of the legends in this particular matchup, and it is Jenkins who has had the better of One Dart in the 3 meetings this week. Yesterday, hitting this 154, one of the highlights of the day in the checkouts department, that was for sure, en route to a 4-0 success against One Dart, which was sealed here. At 8-8, doing the job for Jenks. Well, Peter Manley walks out to, is this the way to Amarillo? But Andy Jenkins is the hometown hero. He's looking to get his way into Saturday night's final, which you can be a part of. Tickets are complimentary via dartshop.tv, and you can book tickets all the way through to the end of this particular series. But let's get the boys on the hockey, and let's head down to the commentary box to see who's going to win this legendary clash. It's Matthew Redger and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, looking forward to this one, as we have done every day this week. Nobody's looked forward to it more than Andy Jenkins himself, who really relished that whitewash win over Peter Manley yesterday. But so far today, Peter has proved to be a different prospect, winning 7 legs so far. A 4-3 win over Mike Huntley, who's just beaten Andy Jenkins convincingly. And then a 4-3 defeat against Steve Perren. And he could have found himself on 4 points, maximum points from 2 matches. So maybe the mind games at this point might be in Manley's favour.
Well, if we look at Manley's games so far, both games have gone to a 7th and deciding leg. Andy Jenkins is not going to want that to happen here, but Andy Jenkins is ahead of him in the table. Lost both of his games, 4-2 to Norris, 4-1 to Huntley.
First leg is Peter to throw first.
And I said the general vibe of Andy Jenkins today has to be the feeling of unlucky. He was the best performer in round 1 of fixtures, other than the person who beat him, which was Alan Norris. He then lost to Michael Huntley, who put in the best performance we've seen of anybody of the day.
40.
And that was after Michael Huntley lost to Peter Manley. Just all seems to be
26.
running against Jenks at the moment.
Must win now for Andy Jenkins, having lost a couple of matches already?
Absolutely. No question. He's got to win all 3.
40.
Can't lose another game today. And all things fair and considered, he has got Peter Manley and Steve Perren still to play, who are 2 players that haven't broke a 70 average yet today. So
you're looking at that last match against Darren Johnson as really crucial for Jenkins. But of course, we have to play the matches first, because Michael Huntley will have assumed that his match against Peter Manley was effectively a bye, and it turned out he was waving bye-bye to the points.
Well, Andy Jenkins' average is 40. 3 scores of 40. It couldn't be any more
60
on the button. Consistent.
So much about this game is about timing, not just in legs and in matches, but here at the Super Series in days. And if Jenkins now regresses and throws in his worst performance of the day, it is very possible that Peter Manley could pose a challenge. Shaking his head here. Down for the 19s.
40.
40. Again. For Andy Jenkins, a 1-2-5 in between the scores of 40.
97.
The anomaly for Andy Jenkins.
140.
140 much better, and despite those visits, he's firmly in the box seat to break the throwing leg 1.
Could you imagine the reaction
100, and you require 76.
on the stage and in the practice room if Peter Manley was to beat Andy Jenkins, because Andy Jenkins has been gunning for him the whole way. From the very first thing he
36.
said on
Peter
Monday
require
morning
88.
to everything he's said ever since.
Well, rather aptly, Andy Jenkins has left 40 in this leg. Manley's left 50, and he almost
63.
hit it. That whistled past the
And you
wire.
require 40.
There is that grin on the face of Andy Jenkins before taking aim at double top and double 10 and double 5. And would you
30.
believe it,
Peter
having hit
require
40 with just
25.
about every visit in this leg, he can't hit it to win the leg.
2 8s for Manley. He
Game
is
show
so
the
good
first
on the
leg.
outer
Peter
ring, and he
Manley.
is again. He went legless all day yesterday. He lost all 5 4-0. That is not happening today. He has won at least a leg in all of his matches. He won 4 in his opener
Second
to
leg,
beat
Andy did
Michael
through
Huntley.
first.
He got 3 off Steve Perren,
Game
and he is
on.
now beating Andy Jenkins.
And didn't he enjoy it? The yes from Peter Manley was audible back up in Carlisle, where he's come from.
59.
Well, Jenkins seeing the funny side.
$41.
No panic yet from the odds compilers, still offering Peter Manley up at 3 to 1.
40.
2 to 9 and Andy Jenkins, so they expect it to turn around as he hits 40 once again.
And if you are having a bet, don't forget, gamble responsible.
100.
BeGambleAware.org, 18 plus.
$180.
Well, that's better from Jenks.
54.
And he's found it, hasn't he? All of a sudden.
100.
He's certainly found the pace, hasn't he? He's moving around a lot quicker. He's moving the arm faster.
At 180, giving the chance for us to hear the dulcet tones of our referee, Paul
26.
Hinks.
Andy require 122.
No need for him to go the
90.
18s route there.
$54. And you require 32. Game shot on the second leg.
Well, he was
Andy
nowhere near with the
Jenkins.
first one. He's a little bit closer with the second, then he wrapped it up with the last one. And no drama there for Jenkins, although you've got it wrong again, pal.
Third leg, Peter to throw first. Game on.
Just thought we'd wait and see till he realised the point. Did he really think that was his throw? Or because I think he was trying to wind Manley up there.
100.
That's a great camera angle, actually, wasn't it? Just seeing him stood there and sort of preparing for a boxing match as he
58.
got ready to throw. And Paul Hinks didn't sort of gesture him away, he just waited and said the word Peter. And then Jenks stepped aside. To be fair,
60.
I'm not sure Manley knew who was throwing first either. So if it was a mind game, it probably didn't work.
He was trying to Manley.
100.
Spoke a lot about the seniors rankings this week. Andy Jenkins on that as well. Sat in number 4th position on 36 points. Top position, Darren Johnson, 39 points, joined
81.
with Colin McGarry. Colin McGarry actually had a very good showing, didn't he, at the seniors match play up in Hull? Very impressive.
59.
Manley's in a good position here. 24 points ahead. He'd love a ton.
45.
Can't get one. Downstairs, Andy Jenkins
84.
only takes off the 84, so Manley will still feel like he's in command of leg 3.
60.
Not now.
100. Peter car 155.
A little joke, I think, there with the referee, Paul Hinks. Is that in? Peter Manley offered. Jenkins muttering something behind him. Having it large, Peter.
123. Andy O'Carr, 100.
I see him walk off stage in a moment. He might do if Jenkins pops this.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Jenkins.
That's a brilliant shot there from Andy Jenkins. Peter Manley left himself the one dart. That's all he says he needs. He used to wear it on the back of his shirt.
We're both standing next to each other now, just
game on.
waiting for the referee to tell which one of them to walk forward.
140.
There's no panic from the bookies on the in-play when Manley took the lead, and there was surely no panic from Andy Jenkins.
81.
There's no panic on that last shot. That 100 shot, though, from Jenkins. Big, big moment, because we know Manley's good on the outer ring. That's probably the one thing that he's managed to retain in his
100.
ability.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? That he still looks pretty handy in that department. Shouts ref now
80.
for the dart coming out. He's one of the great characters of this sport, isn't there? You know, some say that maybe there aren't as many around these days. Such a great wit. You said that you were looking at interviews with Peter Manley on YouTube. There were some absolute pearlers out there.
136.
And now he's up to his old tricks. Not even trying to hide it, was he there? Oh, if Jenks takes this out, let's see the reaction.
On the fourth leg, Andy Jenkins.
And he just mirrored what Manley did.
Fifth leg, Peter to throw first. Game on.
Is there now an argument here that when Andy Jenkins plays Peter Manley, we need to mic the two players up?
Probably not, because we'll be taken off air, Matt. And Manley's at it, isn't he? Well, this is fun.
82.
And I think Jenks is dealing with it in the right way, because there would be players that would actually let that affect them.
121.
Would lose focus, would think, actually, that's not fair, what you're doing there. But Andy Jenkins is seeing the funny side, and actually, he's producing the goods off the back of it.
Yeah, well, I think it's just took the tension out of the game, really, a bit for Andy Jenkins here as well. And I say he's picking up the pace. Manley's slowing down the pace.
He's still talking as he's throwing his darts. This is
140.
great entertainment.
You just think back, don't you? Having it large, Adrian.
Well, Jenks was having it large there, celebrating to an imaginary crowd.
Andy O'Carr,
140 in amongst it from Peter Manley. And Jenkins just resetting how he'd love to take this out. Well, last time Manley did that, Andy Jenkins took out 136. Now he wants 139. And he went for the treble 13 first. Well, this is like a game at the Circus Tavern, but without the tavern.
Well, we've certainly got the circus element of this game. A great bullseye there to leave himself double 8.
Peter O'Carr, 157.
Got the pantomime.
He's behind you, Peter.
99. Andy O'Carr, 16.
Is he about to win? Is he about to win? Oh, yes, he is.
Andy Jenkins.
Andy Jenkins wins a rather entertaining affair between himself and Peter Manley. A good handshake and laugh at the end. There were a few old dark arts employed there by the master of the mind games, Peter Manley. But Andy Jenkins saw the funny side, stepped forward and hit that brilliant 136 checkout after Manley had taken an age to retrieve his darts. And Rocky is off the mark today. A 4-1 win against Manley in a really entertaining encounter. Coming next, it's Perren versus Norris.
Well, it's not a game we're going to remember for the standard, but it's a game we're going to remember for our entertainment that we were given between Andy Jenkins and Peter Manley there. Importantly, it was Jenkins that got the result and got his first win of the group against Manley by 4 legs to 1. 87 average, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, 2-ton-plus checkouts for Rocky there. The average was kind of swayed by a Rocky first leg by Rocky. So that was a 4-1 victory there against Manley for Andy Jenkins. But to be honest, the stats wasn't really the story of that game. It was a game played in brilliant spirit between the pair. And just to let you in on a little secret, I was stood just to the side of the screen of the screen that you can see now, and the players are having a great laugh throughout that game between legs. There was plenty of banter and conversation. A game played in really, really good spirit between two legends of the game. Well, next up for us, it's Steve Perren up against Alan Norris. Steve Perren back in action here at the Super Series. He's back for
his championship in February at the Circus Tavern. Alan Norris just about qualifying to play on the seniors too. Anybody over the age of 50 can do so, not just the former pros and legends of the game. All the details
First leg is
at the
Steve
World
to
Seniors website. And of course, anyone who wants to try and play here at the Super Series has got the chance as well through the amateur darts circuit. So opportunities for all ages, all standards at the moment
100.
in darts. And it's a real mixed bag in terms of standard in this group today, isn't it? But Steve Perren and Peter Manley both do have wins to their name.
Alan Norris got 2 wins to his name with a standout performance, really. Both of his averages over the 90 mark, which from what we've seen is it's the standard to win this week, not just to win this group. And that has been reflected in terms of the 43 odds on this one this morning when I took a grab of the odds to see what you could get. You could get 1 to 4 on Alan Norris, so a 25% return. That has absolutely been gobbled up as the day's gone on. That is down to
100.
Steve Perren having 2 averages in the 60, a 64 and a 66, and Alan Norris being the standout performer. You can now get 1 to 16 on Alan Norris.
83.
And you and I both did make him favourite for the group, and he's living up to that billing. It's almost like we know what we're talking about, Matt.
Sometimes. Or if you just say enough things, eventually you're going to be right. I work on
84.
that principle. And then just clip the bits that you got right and say you knew all along.
You were talking about broken clocks earlier, weren't you? Well, even that's right twice a day. Norris in good shape here. This has been the problem for Perren, I think. The sort of first 9 darts in each leg. He's just leaving himself with too much to do too often.
Yeah, he's going to have to take out big finishers, checkouts over the 100 if he's going
84.
to compete with players such as Alan Norris, if that's going to be the case on the scoring power, because this is where you'd say he really needs a 140.
58. Alan Newcar, 108.
Can't manage it, so he would need that big finish, and that's assuming that Norris doesn't clean up the 108. Single. Leaves tops.
68.
Well, he doesn't take it out, so
Newcar,
can Perren pull off
157.
a whopper?
Well, this is exactly what we've described. He's going to need big finishers with that sort of scoring, or else he gives Alan Norris essentially 3 darts at a double every leg.
Well, I ordered a whopper. He came back with a wimpy.
125. Alan Newcar, 40.
But it's a good leave. And Norris this time will have to hit tops. He can't believe it's in. He thought it was in. He was walking. He was walking, and it's probably actually obscured the target a little, that. Although he has got plenty of room to the
20.
right, but he can't locate it.
Steve
What a
Newcar,
chance this is for
32.
Steve Perren to pick his pocket.
Something you would have expected when Alan Norris was throwing at that 108 finish, and he popped the treble 17 with the first dart.
24.
That's a
Alan
long way
Newcar,
off.
20.
That was a nervy visit there from Steve Perren.
Not well versed in
Being
the
shown the
art of
first leg.
pickpocketing there,
Alan
Perren.
Norris.
He was caught red-handed. And Alan Norris keeps hold of the bounty.
Second leg, Alan to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to call it now. I think this is going to be 4-0, Matthew.
That was one of the breaks of throw that he's going to
70.
need to make that happen. Open with 2 5s. That's going to give Steve Perren hope. The last thing you want to give any dart player is hope. This is a single
60.
sport. Everything you do affects your opponent.
All players, of course, trying to get through to finals night on Saturday. You could be here as well.
96.
Tickets available via dartshop.tv. The best thing about them, of course, is that they are free. And that's much needed in the current climate after Christmas. Cost of living crisis, but we will not take a penny out of your pocket
100.
for attendance at the Super Series on a Saturday night.
We already know Richie Howson is going to be
42.
there. We'll have 2 players from this group going through. Players in position 1 and 2. You'll get 3 from tonight when we come back around 10 o'clock this evening.
And then it's about
95.
Champions Week, qualifying for that 4 spot still up for grabs. A winner on Saturday night will make it through, along with the likes of Raymond Smith, Justin Smith, Colin Smith, no, I'm joking, Colin Osborne, Jim McEwen, Graham Usher, Adam Warner,
59.
Jamie Kelling and Alexander Merckx. Warner probably the biggest story out of all those players. Mentioned that ADC system. Well, he picked up his darts, went through that route and ended up winning the whole week in front of an
57.
adoring crowd that had travelled from South Yorkshire to watch him on the Saturday night and ended up lifting him up on the stage at the end of it.
36.
It's a strange sentence. It's normally the player lifting the award or lifting the trophy, not the player getting hoisted into the air.
I believe he lost a dart in amongst the celebrations as well. I'm not sure he ever found it. I want to talk to Adam about when he returns for Champions Week in about
59.
a month's time. Norris doesn't like that. 175 left here.
83. Steve Newcar,
Good dart.
130.
Remember when I was speaking earlier on, I said about Alan Norris being soft and floaty within the action. This is what I'm talking about. And with that, he's just losing the height.
Yeah, and the last dart was thrown
65.
almost
Alan, your car,
aggressively, wasn't it? And it
115.
found its target perfectly. Give it some welly, Alan. There we go. And there's a soft and floaty one.
He's trying to make sure of the outcome, and by doing that, he's not getting the outcome he desires. He's seeing this opportunity. I think he feels this is 2 points he has to get.
Yeah, well, the two darts at treble 20 there were forced in, and he's sort of trying to guide in the other ones, isn't he? And it's not working out for him. But nothing
55.
is working out for Steve
Alan,
Perren.
your car, 40.
Well, it's not the brilliance we've seen so far of Alan Norris. But it's
Game on the
enough.
second leg, Alan Norris.
Doubles his lead, confirms that breaker throw. But Steve Perren has had darts in both of these legs so far, so don't assume that this is job done for Alan Norris, because if Perren can start hitting some of these doubles,
They'd like Steve to throw
get himself
first.
back
Game
into
on.
this. He's had 5 darts so far. 3 in the opening leg, 2 in the last.
That one slipped out of his hand, it seems, just wiping it on his trousers there.
40.
Yeah, only one more dart at double Alan Norris, but 2 more legs in the ledger.
$125.
Perren is starting to lose the line now. The vertical line, the
85.
straight one down the board, that is the first thing you'll develop as a dart player. And when you start seeing people losing that, you know that things aren't going well.
97.
Norris starting to throw with more authority now. It's like the nervy bit of the game is up for him now. He's got the lead.
100.
Now he can go back to being Alan Norris of this morning.
Not comfortable here, Perren. And I say that, and I've said that all day, but now he's every throw
60.
looking at his hands, maybe a bit of sweaty palm syndrome going on there.
As he again loses that line.
38.
Alan Norris, you feel he's going to punish here. You called it early. You said 4-0. If he's to break the throw in this one, I can't see Perren coming back.
40.
And he's just playing better than his opponent in every match, isn't he, Alan Norris? That's the key here. He's a long way off the standard he's produced already today. But you use the word enough, and I think that
45.
is enough to describe it.
Well, the spectacles are off. We saw this with Andy Jenkins. There was on, there was off, there was on.
47.
Now we're seeing it with Norris. So I suppose that's something that we don't normally see until we come to like the seniors darts.
Well, he doesn't normally see when they're off. Now he can't decide whether to put them back on or not. I think he has.
$74. Alan, your car, 132.
Well, they are back on. They went the treble 14 route.
92.
Ended up scoring a treble 14 with a single and a
Steve, your
double.
car, 119.
He's a bit of a maverick of the maths, isn't he, Alan Norris? He will. You used the word ultra aggressive earlier, or the 2 words, before people start tweeting in. And it's a great way to describe his style.
64. Alan, your car,
I think the other thing we
40.
can describe with Alan Norris, he will do everything possible to leave tops. He went for a double 14 to leave tops in this leg. And he
20.
offers Steve Perren
Steve
more
Leclerc,
hope, more
55.
opportunity. Steve Perren has had darts in every leg so far.
Well, to prove me wrong, and he
Game
does
show
prove
on
me
the
wrong.
third leg. Steve Perren.
Credit to Perren, having missed 6 darts at double, he finally hits one. A grimace from Norris. Chuck still in pole position. But Steve Perren off the mark in the
Alan to
match.
throw first. Game on.
Does that a lot, doesn't he, Alan Norris? Those sort of stretches, he really sort of gears himself up for legs.
Well, it's because his throw needs aggression. It doesn't suit him if he gets a bit
140.
tight. If the muscles start shrinking, he goes a bit floaty. He needs to really make sure he's putting the force into those darts. It doesn't work for him when he tries to be deliberate. Got to be aggressive.
60.
To be aggressive, you need to be confident. You need to have trust.
Still to come for Norris today, a meeting with Mike Huntley, and he will end the day
100.
playing Peter Manley, a man he's never played before.
$44.
Good response here from Norris. He was just sort of stumbling himself to the finishing line.
45.
Probably felt a bit too easy for him. He probably just got a bit too into the comfort zone, and Perren just tapped him on the shoulder and says, "It's not going to be all your own way, pal. Give me too many chances, I'm going to start
125.
punishing you."
Well, the Michael Huntleys and Andy Jenkins of this world probably now want Norris just to keep winning and winning and winning, because
96.
at this point he's on 4 points, everybody else is on 2. And if he can pull away, it makes their mistakes, if you like, in terms of losses and who they've lost to,
140.
less damaging.
120.
2 go through from this group to join Richie Howson at finals night on Saturday. Norris trying to take out the Shanghai shot,
Game shot on the
and
fourth
does
leg.
so
Alan
expertly.
Norris.
A struggle with the combinations in this match. A struggle to take out tops first time of asking, but when he needed it, it was there. Perren poised at
Fifth leg,
1-3-2,
Steve to throw
didn't get a
first.
go.
Game on.
Norris won away from the win.
$45. $55.
You'll just feel a lot better after missing those 3 darts at a double in the last one to take out a nice combination like that 120. And for me, the dart on the treble 20 was stood up and kind of blocked the bed a little bit all the way up the line. So he had reduced
135.
targets all the way and could have just carried into that treble. So that was a very, very good 120 from Alan Norris.
This is a very, very good
140.
140 from Norris, who should be looking at the 19s when he comes back. Although now he may not care about that. Perren can leave a finish, but he'd need a couple of trebles himself.
$59. $137.
Said he needed a couple of trebles himself. He got a couple of trebles, but he didn't leave a finish.
Yeah, poor maths there from Perren. And Alan Norris, if he can find a couple
100.
of trebles, would really have punished that miss. This big darts here for Steve Perren. He's finding some big darts. 79 left.
99.
Leaves
Alan
him
your car,
60, so he should get 2 darts
147.
if Norris. This is the 147.
$52.
Missed his first 6 darts at double in this game, Steve Perren. It could have been a different story. Then hit. Now he's missed a single. Not once, but twice. Double 15 means he cannot finish this 60. And Alan Norris will return with a match-winning 95 on offer.
50. Alan Newark 95.
Seen this attempted many ways today. Seen the 25 first, the 21st. He's going the same way. That's left his tops. He loves this. That couldn't have gone any better as a miss.
Game
And
shot
Alan Norris
on
has
the
done
match.
everything he
Alan
can
Norris.
in this match, in this day, to leave tops. That was not a deliberate ploy, but it worked out absolutely perfect for Norris. And he finds himself on his favourite double, and he pins it twice for the 4-1 victory over Steve Perren. Coming up next, we've got Michael Huntley against Darren Johnson.
Well, it's tops for Norris to put himself on top of the table. A 4-1 victory for him against Steve Perren in our previous match. Let's have a look then at the stats from that. 78 average for Norris. Ton plus checker with the 120 and finished it off spectacularly, didn't he, with that tops combination. That really was good fun to watch there for Alan Norris. And what will also be good fun for Alan Norris's reading is the league table. We can have a little look at that now because he's the first player onto 6 points and he's kind of built himself a bit of a cushion already, hasn't he, at the top of the table. 4 points clear. Of course, Johnson and Huntley still to come. That's our next game upcoming. But Alan Norris already putting himself in a really, really good position to progress his way through to tomorrow night's final. So we're at the halfway point of our play now here at the Super Series. Next up for us is Darren Johnson up against Michael Huntley. The winner of this would go into second place in the league table and be the one to put the pressure on Alan Norris at the top. Let's have a look then at how both players have progressed today. We'll begin with Michael Huntley. He got the better of Andy Jenkins in our previous encounter by 4 legs to 1. Meanwhile, for Darren Johnson, really, really impressive against Alan Norris. Didn't quite get the victory, but took out that 105, defeated 4-3 in that one. But he really has been impressive over the last 2 days, has the DJ. But who is going to get the winning record in this particular matchup? Let's find out in the company of Matt and Chris.
Who indeed will get the victory in this one. It's an important match, a crucial clash, you would feel. Alan Norris, as we just saw in the league table there, racing away on 6 points. Everybody else on 2. But realistically, you're looking at Darren Johnson, Michael Huntley, and Andy Jenkins in a race, we think, to join Norris. Things could change for Alan Norris, but he's the standard bearer in this group. So whoever wins this match will steal a march on their opponent, and Jenkins, who is 1 win from 3 matches.
First leg is Mick to throw first. Game on.
Well, we've got Michael Huntley on the graphic. I've got Mike Huntley on the internet, and Paul Hinks has
41.
just coined Mick.
That's a 41 start there for M.
180.
Go on, Dennis. Yeah, I think it is the
58.
Yorkshire way of saying Mike, actually, isn't it, Mick?
Darren Johnson hit 5 180s in his last match. He's wasted no time in keeping that record
60.
going, hitting one in his opening visit. Didn't hit any in his opening game, but he's certainly the flagship of the 180s in Group C.
One thing about Yorkshiremen, they don't like waste. He'll be very, very annoyed to have wasted all those maximums in his previous match.
85. 98.
Yeah, good thinking there from Mikey.
$140. Make your car 164.
Good finish leave there from Darren Johnson, but can Michelangelo take this one out? Not on this occasion, so Johnson will return. The doubles have been a problem for Johnson, don't forget. We will paint that picture for you.
Down in your car 36.
Stop taking the mickey, you. 99.
Game
No
shot
double
on the
trouble for
first
Darren
leg.
this
Darren
time.
Johnson.
1-0 to Dynamite, who had that explosive performance, didn't he, against Alan Norris, but it availed him nought.
Second leg, Darren to throw first. Game on.
Take of the head from Michael Huntley. The other thing where the table doesn't tell the story is that one of those, well, not one of those defeats, the defeat for
55.
Michael Huntley came against Peter Manley. And that's where everybody else is expecting to pick up points.
100.
So these matches against his rivals become even more important. He managed to get the win over
100.
Jenkins, but he now has a bit of a hill to climb against Johnson after being broken in leg 1.
Yeah, Group C is all about lives. 3 lives is your maximum.
60.
You can only lose 3 games, and he lost that opening one to Manley, which I don't expect too many people to do. So you say it's very important. It's crucial. He's handicapping himself in this group, but he certainly can turn that around. He beat Andy Jenkins. Look at that 115, 2 180s, a 91 average.
100.
So he can certainly hit the levels that are needed. Darren Johnson was running over 100 average for most of his game with Norris, and then just tailed off at the end.
140.
He's back well over that 100 mark in this one.
$140.
So looking at 66 to double his lead, Huntley leaves a makeable outshot just in case, but it's 2 darts at double again.
Game shot
And this time he only needs
Darren
1.
Johnson.
Darren Johnson has gone away and put right the wrongs of that defeat. And after a couple of legs here, he's 2 out of 3 on the doubles, and he's averaging an enormous 107.36. Huntley's not playing bad by any measure, but this is absolutely exceptional from his opponent.
60.
Just looking through the fixtures. Michael Huntley, Alan Norris. 81. Then his last game, he'll be playing Steve Perren.
42. 60. 56.
Bit of a stumble here from Johnson. It does make you think, how much does losing a 3-0 lead weigh upon you? Is he trying to make sure of things now? Not quite the 3-0 lead, but he's got the 2.
59.
Huntley will still feel he's in a good position here. Maybe not now, though. Look at that. That's a terrible dart. Great switch
81.
to the treble 20.
You are watching here 2 of the top players on the seniors tour itself. Darren Johnson, the top player,
60.
taking on Michael Huntley, who's ranked number 6.
No finish 159, but will look to leave himself at least a ton.
59.
Or at most a ton.
40. Make your car 100.
And he's got all the time in the world to take it out. Johnson has completely collapsed in this leg. Going into it, he was averaging 20 more points, and he is coming out of it.
80.
After 18 darts, still on 184.
24.
And he just makes
20.
a finish with the last dart, the 21st dart of the leg, and that's on a 160.
Game shot on the
Huntley,
third leg. Mike
it's a
Huntley.
foothold in this game. But the big question, the big story here is Darren Johnson. He came into this leg averaging around about the 107, and he's ended it averaging 82.
Fourth leg Darren to throw first. Game on.
Was it a bad leg, or is it a complete decline in display?
100.
He'll be hoping for the former.
$60.
You see the way that DJ's darts enter the board. Pretty conventional.
60.
Just standing slightly up, making room. A good dart is one above treble for him, and it's a very similar kind of throw for Huntley, though his darts probably lay a little bit flatter.
85.
There's just a slight angle on the Huntley darts. And you can see as he throws the dart, the wrist just turns so the dart is no longer facing the point of the
100.
board, it points to the side. So when he throws that, without having the big flight on the back, he's not going to correct that within the air, so it just comes across on the board at that slight angle.
26.
Well, I think Darren Johnson is wondering what's happened here.
His 140.
His average is now below 80.
$134. Mike, your car, 101.
Better. But may not matter. To break.
69.
Chance
Darren
goes
Johnson,
begging.
96.
You can see that he feels that was an opportunity. Johnson to get himself back in this game, which would be an ironic way, because we said the doubles have been his problem.
Game shot on
With
the
the doubles of his
fourth leg. Darren
saviour
Johnson.
on this occasion. I was just about to say, I've had a message come in here from the representation of Darren Johnson to ask if we can change it to best of 3, because he's great for the first 2 legs.
Fifth leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
That may be just a rumour, though. It may be a rumour that I've
100.
just started.
Well, the good thing for him is that he's
83.
put right the doubling. And it's that preference for double 18 that's actually seemed to be the catalyst for that in this match. He's left that target in all the legs that he's
45.
won, missed it once, and then went and hit double 9. And despite the drop-off
99.
in performance level from Johnson, Huntley has still only had 3 darts at double in the game.
60. $99.
This is the moment, Michael Huntley. This is the moment you need to find a couple of reds.
$78.
Well, Darren Johnson looking to close out the win. It's all a little bit laboured, isn't it, for the pair of them? Things that should be simple are
123.
made a bit more difficult, but Johnson has really corrected that visit well.
Speaking about things that have been corrected,
180.
Michael Huntley has corrected the 180 column and set himself up on a single dart finish.
He went for double 19 there to try and leave tops. Aggressive, I think, in that
37.
position. It's probably the right play. Huntley now wants double 19 to win the leg.
Game shot on the fifth
Two
leg. Mike
players
Huntley.
hunting out the double 19, but Huntley is the man who finds it. And that is a hold of throw. So that makes this leg the biggest leg of the game so far.
Six leg Darren to throw first.
The winner of
Game
this
on.
match will go into second place, a provisional qualification spot. After 3 matches of 10 they will play in this group. Alan Norris top,
140.
winning all 3 of his games. In fact, on a winning run at the Super Series of 8 consecutive matches, having won all 5 when he bowed out
55.
during the last series. Lost all 5 Thursday, won all 5 Friday.
$85.
Johnson using the darts effectively here, a treble, a throw. The 140 in the opener, so 3 trebles out of the 6 darts.
81.
That is more than enough to keep Michael Huntley at bay in this leg. And you feel as he carries on finding the trebles that he's going to take an absolute
180.
massive string of mistakes from here for Darren Johnson not to win this game.
100. Daniel Khan, 96.
11 dart could win the game. Treble 19 would have left double 12. All Huntley can do now is hit
44.
and hope. 19's the right play. Well, now he needs to find a couple of trebles.
$87. Darren, your car, 52.
This for the match.
Game
And he
shot on
finds
the
it.
match,
Darren Johnson completes a 4-2 win over Michael Huntley, who is probably in more trouble than the table would suggest. He's lost a couple of matches today, Michael Huntley, and he's running out of lives already at the Super Series. Johnson gets his second win from 3 and moves into second place in the table. And coming up after this short break will be Andy Jenkins, who's looking to join him on 4 points when he takes on Steve Perren.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, we're here 6 days a week, every week here at the MODUS Super Series. And it's week 9 of Series 2 here. And in our previous encounter, we saw Darren Johnson get the better of Michael Huntley. Now, that game was in the race for second place in the early table. These are the stats from it. Darren Johnson with an 87 average. To be honest, it was quite a similar matchup until we get to the checkout department, where the 4 from 6 from Johnson was enough to get him over the line in that one. So that is what it does does to the league standings. Alan Norris, top of the table, winning all 3 of his matches so far. Darren Johnson, courtesy of that win, is up into second place in the league standings now. So next up for us is Andy Jenkins up against Steve Perren. 2 players locked on 2 points. Someone can join Johnson on 4 with victory here. And Andy Jenkins' previous encounter against Peter Manley, it certainly provided the entertainment, didn't it? But he did also provide us with 2 ton-plus checkouts. One, bang on the nose with the ton there, to lead Manley by 2 legs to 1 and to obtain the break. And then in the next leg, a 1-3-6 finish for Rocky there. So 2 ton-plus outs for him in his previous match. Will he continue his exhibition of finishing, or can Steve Perren pick up the points? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Well, I don't know, Henry. We'll have to watch the match, won't we? We'll find out that way. But what do you reckon, Matt? That's what we pay you for.
I think, in all things we've seen so far, this is going to be a comfortable victory for Andy Jenkins. Andy Jenkins did win his last game 4-1 against Peter Manley. It was a completely different vibe in that game. It was more laughy, more jokey. But amongst that, he actually threw some really good darts. He threw that 1-3-6 finish, 180, averaged 87 in that game, despite the slow start in that one. And that was realistically, other than that slow start where he hit all those 40s, I think he had 4 or 5
First leg is Andy to throw first.
in that opening leg. He would have been well over the 90 mark. He knows he needs to win this one if he wants to keep his hopes alive. He's already had 2 defeats. He needs to be perfect from here. And I think he takes this one with a good performance.
And just to play devil's advocate slightly, I would say the word that I've used most to describe Steve Perren's performance today is that he's looked uncomfortable.
100.
Out of all the players in the group, the one he should feel the most comfortable playing is Andy Jenkins, because they do it on a weekly basis in the local events that they play in around the Hampshire area. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see Steve relax a little bit in this one. Although Jenkins would say that he beats him more often than not.
100.
So don't know how relaxed you can feel against a player who has that kind of record against you.
Well, early indications are good. Back-to-back tons for Steve Perren. Will Jenkins also be a bit more aware of the capabilities of Steve Perren, where the others are just going off the form that we've seen here, where
43.
Jenkins will know that he can hit heights.
Yeah, and also buoyed by having got a victory. Talk about the winning run of Alan Norris. It could have turned into a nightmare losing run for Perren, but he got over the line against Manley. And he's in this leg, but probably needs to find 2 trebles himself here to launch a serious bid to break.
140.
He's done exactly that. 118 plays 119. And the 119 will not go because that was a wayward one from AJ.
79. Steve McCraw, 118.
A treble, single, and a double required. There's the single. He made nice and sure of that. Wasn't able to get the treble. So Jenkins on tops. Take the opening leg, and it will be on throw.
But 40.
I feel like Perren's a lot closer to him than you probably would have expected.
Andy Jenkins.
Jenkins, well, you say he'll tell you he's got a better winning run against Steve Perren. He's probably tell you he's got a better winning run against everybody he's ever played.
Second leg, Steve to throw first.
That is true.
Game on.
Perren has the darts in leg 2 and will want to throw a leg similar to leg 1 because it would mean
96.
He'd be the one likely to get the first opportunity.
You mentioned will Perren feel more comfortable. There's one thing I've noticed in Perren straight away. He's a lot pacier. He's throwing the darts
58.
a lot quicker with a lot more purpose.
Yeah, and that purpose seems to be eliminating the drift that we've seen throughout the day.
140.
A lot of straight darts here, keeping the line very, very well indeed. And he's now,
96.
after 6 darts, where he often was after 15 darts in his first match of the day, is Steve starting to settle.
Using the 19s here, trying to set up the 170.
95.
Good last start again there from Perren.
If he takes this 170 out, it's leg of the week for me, this. Based on what's gone before.
Steve McCraw, 170.
Come on, Steve. Let's go fishing.
41.
Frustration. He knows he might have just offered Andy Jenkins a little bit of an invitation here to get himself back
100.
competitive in this leg.
129.
Yeah, I'd be frustrated if someone invited me to go fishing as well. Can't think of anything worse. Boring, isn't it?
Catch a fish, put it back, do it again.
39.
Prefer mine with chips and salt and vinegar. Perren refusing to get battered in this one.
121. Steve require 90.
90 required though. Jenkins is just launching a bid to break. Single or treble will do. The straight darts give him a chance at the ball,
65.
and he gave it a
Andy
chance.
require 68.
Now Jenkins has an opportunity.
Well, he's thrown 18 darts there. The front 9 was good, the back 9 wasn't.
43.
Jenkins
Steve
having a
require
chance at the
25.
ball there to punish himself.
Both players missing the button. Double tender choice here. Big, deep breath.
15.
But it doesn't pay off.
Andy require 25.
And Andy Jenkins now will be looking to hoover up the crumbs. He chooses double 8.
17.
He gives Perren another
Steve
go.
require 10.
Feel like he's going to go straight for this. Doesn't strike me as a player who's going to be splitting and messing. He's got a split now. He's got to do 5 in bits. 2 2s.
8. Andy
They
require 8.
are more opportunities for Steve Perren. And once again, unable to take them. The front 9, he was down to a finish. He's now thrown 24 darts. He's took
Game
15
shot on the
darts
second leg.
to
Andy
try and wrap this
Jenkins.
leg up from 170 and was not able to. And that, I think, has been the story of Steve Perren's day so far.
Yeah, 5 missed at the outer ring
Third leg
there
Andy to throw first. Game on.
for the Hampshire man.
Well, that just shows the setup play, doesn't it? So he threw
58.
24 darts in total. It took him 9 darts to get down to 170. He missed 5 darts at a double, so it took him 10 darts to get to it from 170.
58.
That there lies in the problem. Steve Perren.
60.
Well, still to come today at the Super Series. In this session, 5 more matches follow this. Darren Johnson versus Peter Manley. Anna Norris versus Mike Huntley. Then
40.
Johnson takes on Jenkins. Huntley meets Perren. And Manley and Norris close the show. Then we're back this evening, 10 p.m. live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV with the first outings of the week for the 10-time Women's
100.
World Champion Trina Gulliver, her debut at the Super Series, and one of the most experienced players in this event, Robert Thornton, World Master, UK Open winner, World Grand Prix
140.
champion, World Seniors Match Play winner, and reigning and defending World Seniors Darts champion. Do tune in.
I'm looking forward to seeing
Andy
Ian
require
Moss tonight as well, actually. He's
118.
been throwing some good things on the Seniors Tour. Runs about an 85 average at the moment, which
86.
good things we see Jenkins set that up. And the odds compilers aren't giving him much of a hope. He could be a bit of a danger tonight.
95. Andy require 32.
Double 16 for Andy Jenkins. Perren was looking like a danger at the start of this match, but those 5 darts missed at double in the previous
score.
leg
Steve
may
require
have
155.
sealed his fate in this encounter. The win would see Jenkins jump Michael Huntley
65. Andy require
and join
32.
Darren Johnson on 4 points. 2 off Norris at the top, everybody else
Game
on
shot
2.
on the third leg. Andy Jenkins.
And it's 2 16s for Jenkins to lead 3-0, and his leg difference is getting healthier as well.
Fourth leg Steve to throw first. Game on. $41.
All the early promise has almost visibly drained out of
58.
Steve Perren's demeanour and indeed his throw. Starting to see those sprayed darts now, aren't we?
Yeah, he's slowing down. He's trying to be deliberate. He's trying to make something happen. As we
45.
know with this game, the more you try and make things happen, the more it tends to go the wrong way.
That's why I don't try.
43.
I think he's getting a bit frustrated here. He knows he needs these points. He wants the legs. He
81.
did take a leg off of table-topping Alan Norris last time we saw him when he played in game number 8.
100.
He's showing glimpses, isn't he? Showing signs.
60.
I'll go back to leg number 2 when he was in a very competitive game with Andy Jenkins and should have really levelled it up. 24 darts he threw in that after being down to 170
100.
after 9. Give him 15 darts from 170 to wrap it up. Got to be taking those chances.
Trying to hunt down another treble here, Perren.
140.
Did well there to navigate past the dart below the treble and to leave himself a finish. Maybe, just maybe, he can avoid the whitewash.
65. Steve Lucar, 134.
Yes, just always looking unsettled, Steve.
58.
Really needs to
Andy
find
Lucar,
a way to feel like he's
135.
just throwing in one of his weeknight tournaments in the local area. Sure, he's been on the wrong end of a few of these from Andy Jenkins in those events.
101.
But that's on
Steve
the wrong
Lucar,
side
76.
of the guide. And Perren wants this to get a leg on the board.
One more opportunity.
72. Andy
You feel
Lucar,
that
34.
might be one more and final opportunity. Jenkins wants 34, double 17, the double that he's thrown at the least on a dartboard. This is one he tries to leave. This is one he likes.
26. Steve Lucar, 4.
This time, more opportunities for Perren.
Steve has squandered 7 darts at doubles, 8.
Game shot on the
But
fourth
number 9
leg.
goes
Steve
in and he
Perren.
will not be whitewashed by Andy Jenkins, who himself, we see that demeanour, didn't we, against Peter Manley when it was all smiles, fun and thrills for Andy
Fifth leg, Andy
Jenkins,
to
but
throw
he's
first.
actually
Game on.
visibly annoyed that he hasn't won that one 4-0. Business-like now.
100.
Normally when he gets a bee in his bonnet, we tend to find that he starts to find his best stuff.
$140.
Although Perren may have just started to find his mojo again.
100.
Now, Richie Howson has been in touch to tell us off for saying fishing is boring. Don't knock it until you've tried it. I've tried it. Lovely with a bit of tartar sauce, Richie.
60.
Might be in the lake himself today. I imagine he might well be doing that a couple of days off.
83.
That's his meditation. Ours. He's watching ours.
96.
I think he actually does both, Richie Howson, when he's not here.
140.
Sits at the lake fishing and watching this at the same time. Maybe that's a vibe I can get on board with.
$95. Andy Lucar, 78.
To close out the match, double 12. And Andy Jenkins
shot
keeps
and
his
the
hopes
match. Andy
alive of
Jenkins.
qualifying through Group C. The campaign didn't start very well for Andy Jenkins. He lost his opening 2 matches, but he has followed that up with back-to-back victories, and he is back in the hunt, and he is back competitive. Darren Johnson is well and truly competitive. Playing some good stuff today. He's coming up next as he takes on Peter Manley.
It looks as if Andy Jenkins is beginning to find a bit of a winning role as he gets the better of Steve Perren 4-1 in our previous match. Matt Edgar alongside me up here on the balcony to look back at everything we have seen so far today. But before we do that, let's tuck into the stats from our previous encounter. 4-1 win, as I say, for Rocky, with an 81 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles, high checkout of 78. So let's have a look then and see what that result does to the league standings. It puts Andy Jenkins onto 4 points, having played 4 games today, but it is Alan Norris, the man who is out in front on 6 points. Matt Edgar, as I say, is alongside me to chew the fat of everything that we have seen so far today. And you called it quite early when you said in the first round of fixtures, Alan Norris looks to be the player to beat today. And the way the table looks, the way he's played, it's most certainly been the case.
Those first 2 games, wasn't it? The 90 average and the 91. The way they happened as well. The first one he got quite comfortably. The second one he was 3-0 down and came back. That is good signs. When you can win in front, you can win behind. It's good signs of a winner. He's got 3 from 3. He's won 8 in a row now because he won 5 last time he was here. So he's on a good winning run. I would not be surprised to see him end today on 5.
We spoke off air yesterday, didn't we, about Alan Norris. He'd be the interesting player in this group, just to see where he is. He's shown signs on the Seniors Tour this year. He's getting back to the levels that we've seen from him in the past, and he's getting closer here as well. He's played some really good stuff.
Showing signs, exactly that. Glimpses in terms of his form on the Seniors, on the Challenge Tour. There are signs and glimpses. Now he's just got to take that ability and find that consistency and put it all together, and we could see him climb back up the rankings again and start to make himself, especially in the Seniors events that are coming up, he could do some serious damage in those.
Makes him a preeminent threat for the week, let alone the group.
Oh, definitely. It's the sort of player that could go and win a week like this. He's got that explosive talent where he can go into big runs. We've seen some good finishes from him so far. And like I say, winning in both positions. He's not just front running this. He was 3-0 down against Darren Johnson and completely turned that one around. Darren
Johnson is a player that we're going to see next in action up against Peter Manley. He finds himself on 4 points. He won that battle with Michael Huntley last time out. Let's see some of the highlights from that one. Here he is getting the job done against Peter Manley earlier on this week. He's won all 3 battles against one dart, sealing that one yesterday on the double 16. But as I say, earlier on, getting the better of Michael Huntley. In fact, we're going to watch him basically beat Peter Manley all week. Well, Manley will be hoping that the tables are reversed here. But talking about Darren Johnson in general, he feels like the player in prime position alongside Alan that are putting in the performances so far.
When we talk about bits, that's been Darren Johnson. He was scoring well, then he was missing his doubles. The doubles have been a problem for him all week. That last match that he just played, he was taking out the checkouts. The scoring let him down at times. And I'm not talking about the amount of 180s. I mean, 5 180s in one of his games earlier on, that was incredible. But getting down to the doubles just took him that little bit longer at times. And then when he got there, he took it out. So it's good that he's got that in the arsenal. It's good that he's got that in the toolbox. And now if he can just put it all together, he's certainly one that can get through this group.
And very quickly, Peter Manley, much more competitive today, getting that first win on the board.
Not just the first win, he then lost his next game 4-3, got 4 legs in that one. He got a leg in the other game that he lost 4-1. 2 180s, he's not hit a 180 all week. He's got 2 today in different games as well. So he's definitely more competitive.
We've done enough talking, haven't we?
I think they think we have, yeah, as well.
Shall we let them get on with it?
Yeah, let's get some darts going.
Let's play some darts. He's going to race down to the commentary box. Chris Murphy, all yours.
Yeah, thanks, guys. This is the 6th meeting between Darren Johnson and Peter Manley. Manley winning both of their meetings in yesteryear. Darren Johnson winning their meeting yesterday. In fact, 3 times he's beaten him this week, meaning that the head-to-head record that he came into 2-0 behind is now reading in his favour, although it should be said that those previous encounters between the pair happened in 2006 and 2007. And Peter Manley, well, he may not have been at the very top of world darts as he once was, but he was certainly there or thereabouts. Looking to spring what would be an upset in this group by getting the better of Darren Johnson.
First leg, Darren to through first. Game on.
I thought Paul Hinks had just fallen asleep for a second there. But he's very much awake and ready to call every 180 and everything else.
100.
Great to have The iconic referee Paul Hinks with us here at the MODUS Super Series. He will be officiating at the World Seniors, where Peter Manley will be plying his trade once again. Lost out to Phil Taylor at the Tavern last year.
90.
Some things never change. Taylor, of course, still without a seniors title. That's something he wants to assure he gets before he retires
45.
from the retirement tour, if that makes sense. I think Matthew Edgar's retired as well. He's usually down here by now. Still talking to Henry upstairs.
60.
Well, Johnson not racing away in this opening leg by any stretch of the imagination, and Manley
85.
may feel there's an opportunity here. Johnson, big hitter of the maximums, is it by far the most in the group today.
45.
But this leg is pretty dry, and Peter Manley is looking to leave a finish from 2-3-1 here. One of those finishers,
60.
and I know that Matthew Edgar, who has now finished chewing the fat with Henry and come down and join me, is well versed in the maths of darts, and I think it's one of the
81.
sort of neglected areas. Things like 2-3-1, you can use different segments and the bullseye to leave a finish, and they rarely do.
Yeah, 2-3-1 to 2-3-5 is the area. So 2-3-1, 2-3-2, all those shots
45.
that
Down on your car,
you can
125.
utilise the bull on the 25 to leave you on a shot. So if you do miss the treble 20 with the first one, you can switch away in those areas, but that's sort of like your master counting, your
85.
top
Down your
level.
car,
And
126.
certainly at this, when we call this an international sort of standard, you'd expect to see that in play.
Johnson opted for treble 15 there on the 125.
39.
The single would
Down
have
on
left
your
treble
car,
20. The
40.
treble 20 for the bull. The treble would have left 80.
Getting shot on the
He does
first
leave
leg.
tops in
Darren
the end,
Johnson.
and then it pops. And despite a rather slower start, a man who's made good starts to his matches today, he still gets the first leg next to his
Second
name.
leg Peter to throw first. Came on.
You can just tell the vibe and the way that Peter's feeling about today. Just very joyous mood that he is in.
123.
When we were saying that we should finish talking, he was calling up saying that we tired him out. He's been making a few late entrances to the stage.
55. 43.
Yeah, some well thrown darts there from Peter. He's thrown some wayward ones, but they cannot be put in that category, even though it's just 43. It was right on the wire.
140.
Good thrown darts there from Peter.
Just been a bit of breaking news in regard to the MODUS Super Series link with the amateur darts circuit. And it's
60.
actually come from down under. ADC Oceania will now be rolling into qualification positions for the MODUS Super Series. There are
39.
3 qualifying positions available for this year through the Oceanic Tour on the ADC. So if anyone's watching down under and wants to follow in the footsteps of our Week 7 winner
100.
Raymond Smith, then make sure you check that out.
That's one thing I'm liking about the development of the Super Series.
99.
The extra options. Oh, Darren Johnson. What was that? He's hit a 19 to leave himself 168.
Well, you were talking about master counting. That was
45.
basic error, wasn't it? Schoolboy stuff.
Even a switch to the 17s, if he didn't like the 20s, would have left him the 170.
140. Peter Carr,
Might have
130.
just dug himself out of a situation here, but 130 for Manley.
Bullseye.
99. Down on your car,
Didn't really
28.
bother it. And Darren Johnson sharpened up his doubles in the last match. He's 1 from 1 in this. Make that 1 from 2.
Getting shot on the second
But he's
leg.
looking
Darren
much,
Johnson.
much more clinical on the outer ring. And Peter Manley is broken.
Third leg Darren to throw first.
Maybe in
Come
more
on.
ways than one.
If you're Peter Manley, though, you've got to be happier leaving here today. Points on the board, plenty of legs.
45.
He's won 8 legs so far today. He didn't win any yesterday. 2 180s. Plenty to take away here and start building some positivity.
43.
Manley won't be happy until he's been paid. That's one of the great quotes, isn't it, on those YouTube interviews? He did a fantastic interview with Helen Chamberlain, I think.
100.
Ahead of a world final, the semi-final night. He won the first match. He was still hanging around after the last one, and Helen asked him, what are you still doing
60.
here? He said, I haven't been paid yet. Will it be Darren Johnson getting paid the £5,000 first prize on Saturday night? I certainly think he's a contender, but he's got to make it there first. I think Henry was right when he said he is the
45.
The most likely to join Norris. And look, that's not a foregone conclusion either, that Alan Norris will make it. We know that he's on a great run. He's won all of his matches today.
66.
He's in fact won his last 8, but he did have a day where he lost all 5 matches.
One of the patterns of play we've seen from Manley is
121.
he has started to weaken as the day goes on. And he did mention in the interview that he did recently, didn't he, that he respects this event so much more now he's played in it. And it was harder than he expected it to be in terms of the stamina needed to play.
The very same interview I just referred to, Peter Manley actually answers the question when Helen asked him about
60. Darren Johnson,
that exact
24.
thing, dart stamina, and he said, well, that's where my fitness comes into it. 66.
Game shot on the third leg. Darren Johnson.
Maybe get to preserve a little bit of stamina here, because this match could be over in double quick time as Darren Johnson moves 1 away from a whitewash win. Something that Manley hasn't suffered yet today.
Game on.
And that makes the next game extremely interesting. Alan Norris, Michael Huntley.
25.
That would tie Norris and Johnson on 6 points apiece. Huntley back on 2 at the moment. You feel that if Huntley is to lose that, he's going to be in big, big trouble, because he'll be at least 4 points behind.
95.
Yeah, well, by your sort of rule of thumb, the 3 lives rule, that would rule him out.
Well, that would rule him as he's got to be perfect from there, because you can go through with 7 wins. We've seen people go out with 7 wins. I'm one of those casualties who took 7 wins and didn't go through a Group C before, so it's no guarantee, but 7 is sort of the base mark for me. Sometimes you can get away with 6.
Yeah, that's when you get a real dominant force in the group, isn't it? So if Alan Norris does go and win every game for the next couple of days, then it makes the points haul for second a little bit less. But look, we expected a 4-horse race between Norris, Johnson, Jenkins and Huntley.
134.
Well, we might still get that.
100.
You never rely on that bonus life, though, so it's 3 lives, and that's all you get. You've got to be good from there, and he's going to be against the darts against Alan Norris.
95.
The other good thing for Alan Norris is his last game is against Peter Manley, and that's the game, that tie, will be the first game tomorrow as well. So if Alan Norris can get through this game with Michael Huntley,
100.
there's a strong chance he goes to 12 points before he has to go back through the rest of the card again.
Well, this is a breeze of about
Game shot and the match.
for Darren Johnson, who has just blown Peter Manley away in that one. It was 1 player and 1 spectator, really. 4 out of 7 on the doubles for Darren Johnson. Just 1 dart, and that was at the Bull for 1 dart, who goes down 4-0 for the first time today. Coming next, as Matthew mentioned, is that clash between Norris and Huntley. Stay with us.
Well, the DJ is playing all the tracks, isn't he? Victory for Darren Johnson there against Peter 1 Dart Manley in our previous encounter. Let's have a look then at the stats from that particular match. 4-0 win for Johnson, 88 average, really impressive indeed up against Peter Manley. 4 from 7 on his doubles. Manley with a solitary dart at double, that didn't go, but Johnson 4-0 winner, and he really is progressing his way up that league table, isn't he? Which we can have a look at for you now. He's just above Alan Norris. That's on legs difference. Norris will have the opportunity in our next game against Michael Huntley to go top outright on 8 points. But a positive start there for Darren Johnson to his campaign. The table really is now taking shape, isn't it? So next up for us is that battle between Michael Huntley and Alan Chuck Norris. Let's see how the pair have been getting on today. As we know, it's been a perfect day so far for Alan Norris, but for Michael Huntley, he was defeated by Peter Manley, but he's come back strong, including moments like this 1-15 against Andy Rocky Jenkins. Meanwhile, for Norris, he took out this 120. Tops really has been a friend to him today. Well, he's just loved life on tops today. Talking about top, we have a top commentary pairing to talk you through this one. Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, certainly better than yesterday. Me and Matthew Edgar enjoying sitting in these seats, watching these Arrows Aces go toe-to-toe. Now, there will be a return to the top team tonight in comms. And tonight, we'll have a top lineup as well. Ian Moss, Trina Gulliver, and Robert Thornton, the incoming players. Still yet to throw a dart this week. Week 9 of the 12-week cycle for the second Champions Week. They'll join Adam Mould and Martin Turner, who you would have seen in action in Group A earlier in the week. But this, a crunch clash in Group C.
First leg is Alan to throw first. Game on.
If Mike Huntley loses it, he's running out of lives, as Matthew Edgar's been putting it. But if Alan Norris does it, it blows the 4-horse race wide open.
140.
I think if Alan Norris wins this game, we can pretty much put him through, and that's, I know it's dismissing Peter Manley and writing him off, but that's on everything we've seen kind of so far. I think Alan Norris does
80.
back-to-back against Manley. He is the last game of today, so it'll be the first game of tomorrow. So he'll play Manley at the end of today. He'll play Manley the first game tomorrow. So he could be on 12 points by the time
85.
he starts going back through, playing the likes of Mike Huntley, Darren Johnson and Andy Jenkins, who are those runners and riders for qualification.
180.
Well, suddenly he's back in the leg. Huntley with the maximum. Alan gives himself
85.
the shout there after flinching, really. The first dart he would have expected to have at least got a 140. Only managed 85
100.
there. And not only is Huntley back in the leg, but he's first to a finish.
There's a big finish, though, from Huntley, and
95.
Norris will be setting himself
Might
up for
recall
something a bit more
141.
achievable.
Haven't seen much like this, have we, today? So earlier in the week, we saw Richie Howson taking out ton-plus finishers like they were going out of fashion.
55. Alan, you require 96.
But they've been few and far between.
We've got the 136 from Andy Jenkins against Peter Manley, the 120 for Alan Norris against Steve Perren. Huntley had a 115
33.
against
Mike,
Andy
you require
Jenkins, and I
86.
think that's your lot.
It's one of those double chance finishes, this. If he doesn't get a treble, then he can go for the bull, but not if he does that. Criminal. With that dart blocking that treble, you're probably better advised to go near a double 18, play a safe dart in that direction, and at least guarantee yourself a dart at the bullseye.
I like the double 18 play. I'm a big fan of double 16, so in that situation, I would be up by the double 18. Just on the inside wire, play it a bit safe.
Didn't play that too safe, did he, Alan Norris?
Well, I think he's tried to play it safe and just go for the nice big 10, because obviously he loves tops. He's just slipped it inside the double.
48. Might you
You
require
can see
40.
the frustration. He knows what an opportunity he's had in this leg. That opportunity is just served up to Huntley on a
Game
platter.
shot on the first leg. Mike Huntley.
Gobbles up the chance. There's a break of throw from Michael Huntley in just the first leg, and we have seen Alan Norris come back before. He was 3-0 down earlier on today. against
Second leg,
Darren
Mike to throw
Johnson,
first.
who he's
Game on.
joint top of the table with at the moment, and he managed to turn that one around.
That was interesting there. We saw them chatting away. Well, actually, we saw Norris
55.
chatting away to Huntley. I'm not sure Huntley wanted to be involved in the conversation. Have you had to deal with that kind of thing?
From Alan Norris, actually, yeah, he likes to chat away during it. There's quite a few players that like
39.
a chat. Some people just like to call their name out. Michael Smith, our current world champion, you know, if he hits a ton, he's like, "Oh, Mike." He's one of those shout their own name out people.
But the kind of
140.
post-leg, post-mortem there from Norris, where he wanted a conversation with Huntley, and Huntley seemed to want to remain focused himself.
Yeah, there are a couple of people
100.
still active on the tour that do like to have a debrief after every leg.
I'm useless at darts, but I must admit, when I'm playing with like my friends or my brother, what I hate is people wanting to have a chat while you're throwing.
140.
Really annoys me. I'm playing darts with you because I don't want to talk to you.
92.
That's my trick with a missus. Take her to the cinema.
I like it. Well, Norris's face is a picture there. He's on 186 here. He might just go for a 16 to leave
52.
the 170, yeah.
Mike car 114.
That's the thinking.
It's getting a little bit scrappy on these combination shots, but the setup shot, which it recovers with, is normally quite good.
74. Alan, your car
Recovered that
170.
situation. You won't be expecting Norris to do this, but they do go.
Big moments for Michael.
60. Mike, your car 40.
Double top for a two-leg lead over the undefeated Alan Norris.
Game
In
shot
it
on the second
goes,
leg.
Michael
Mike
Huntley. Well,
Huntley.
this is a bizarre day of darts for him, isn't it? Beaten by Peter Manley, who'd lost 15 matches on the spin this week at that point. And now, 2 up
Third leg, Alan,
on
to throw
Alan
first.
Norris,
Game on.
who's won his last 8 here at the Super Series.
$59.
Frustration is kicking in for Norris. Started the day so well. I think that's why he's feeling frustrated here. If it went the other way and he sort of grew
81.
into it, if he hit the ground running, he's not been able to follow it up.
$55.
Yeah, and the frustration is audible, visible,
81.
not just to us, but to Mike Huntley himself. And some of the
100.
great thinkers of this game say, if you're going to berate yourself, do it when you've walked past your opponent. Don't show them anything.
60.
Norris sensing the opportunity. You can see himself trying to G something up for this shot. But I do feel like he
57.
is riding this match. He is feeling every single emotion. He is living every single dart. And you don't have to be the best player every
60.
single dart to be the best player in the moments.
Just taking his time. He knows that this is a big moment in this match, and he's pitched a perfect dart there.
95.
Well, he would have been disappointed with a ton after that first one. He'll be even more disappointed to have left 135 rather than 130. Especially now.
139. Alan, your car 135.
Time is running out, Alan. Need to find that A game pretty quick. This would be an A game finish.
I can't imagine Huntley going the aggressive
52.
Alan Norris route of tops with
Mike, your
3
car
darts
80.
in hand here. Treble 20 was the play. Now the single. And it looks like he's got plenty of room
60.
to work with
Alan, your
there.
car 83.
Norris hasn't got much wiggle room in the match. This must go. 16 segment. And double 9. Great finish from Alan
Game
Norris.
shot on the third leg. Alan
When
Norris.
he had to hit, he did.
And he knows it as well. You heard the go on from Alan Norris. And that was what was the feature of that turnaround
Mike
against
to
Darren
throw
Johnson
first.
as well,
Game
those
on.
sort of combination finishes.
Yeah, Huntley missed the dart at tops there for a 3-leg lead. He would be throwing for a whitewash win.
100.
But Norris not cleaned up that 83. And there's no jovial chatter between the pair now. Norris suddenly means business.
60.
Like I mentioned with Andy Jenkins earlier on in the week, Alan Norris, the same situation there where the darts are just always around that sort of treble 20, but without going in. And that in itself can
140.
build frustration because you are so close, but yet you are so far away from the scores.
You can see the
81.
disparity in the averages there. Huntley will feel that he should be in that position I just mentioned. He's hit the only 180 of this match.
140.
He's averaging almost 20 points more than Norris. But yet there's only one leg in it.
60.
One leg so far.
Mike Ricard,
Because
121.
Mike Huntley looking very strong here to extend that lead even further. And again, evidence of how
57.
close he is. Paul Hinks had to come right the way across and have a look at that from about 6 different angles in order to confirm the score.
Get up then,
100.
said Alan
Mike
Norris
Ricard,
after
64.
a low dart. 64 no gimme, but he's got 6 darts at it. He's got 5 darts at the
Game
double, but he
shot on
only
the
needs
fourth
1.
leg. Mike Huntley.
And Michael Huntley, unflustered by the 83 from Chuck Norris, puts in an excellent leg of darts, a 14-darter, to leave himself 1 away from inflicting the first defeat of the
Fifth leg,
day
Alan to throw first. Game
on
on.
Chuck.
$45.
It's the final round of lap number 4 for these players. Then got one more cycle of
140.
fixtures still to come. And that will be your Thursday helping of Group C darts. Darren Johnson
59.
versus Andy Jenkins. Huntley against Steve Perren and Manley against Alan Norris. That will complete your menu of
83.
darting feasts.
Norris in the background just limbering up once again. He knows the time is now. It's do or die really in this game, in this leg, in this visit perhaps he feels.
134.
And that's a decent do.
Off you go, Alan. Back to the back of the stage. Do it again. It worked out lovely.
100.
Just to be careful to leave a finish here. Starts on the 19s. That does not help.
25.
But what this win would do for Mike Huntley, the way this group has gone, it would kind of cancel out that defeat to Manley, wouldn't it? And that's what he's needed to do today.
Yeah, it'll be a great recovery from
60.
Huntley. He's got to get the job done. Now Alan can find something from somewhere. He did it against Darren Johnson.
118 on offer. But can Norris leave a finish?
100.
He
Mike
does.
Ricard, 118.
He leaves a famous finish. 118. And he will get a dart. He won't get a dart.
78.
He missed the
On
big
your car,
18 after finding the
138.
treble 20. And now Alan Norris is looking to come up with something big.
$98. Mike Ricard, 40.
Is that big enough?
There is the
Game shot on
answer.
match, Mike Huntley.
Mike Huntley hot on the checkouts in that one. 4 out of 5 on the finishers. An average of 93. Good value for the win. And it is a first defeat of the day for Alan Norris. A first defeat in 9 matches, in fact, at the Super Series after going through the card last time he was here. And Michael Huntley, who lost to Peter Manley in his first match of the day, has beaten Alan Norris towards the end of the afternoon. And it is looking very, very interesting in this race. 3 matches still to come. Johnson and Jenkins will joust after the break.
Well, Alan Norris, for the first time today, has been defeated. Michael Huntley inflicting that 4-1 defeat on him. A victory for him, which really does open up the league table. Before we look at that, let's have a look at the stats from that previous game. And it really was an impressive performance by Michael. 93 average and a 4-1 success. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Not much not to like about that. He really has come on leaps and bounds following that opening defeat to Peter Manley in the group. Well, that's what this result does to the league table. Puts him on to 4 points. A 2-2 day for him. Alan Norris inflicting his first defeat of the day. Darren Johnson is now the man at the top of the table following the 4th round of fixtures with a nice little lead as well in the legs difference column. Well, it's the man at the top of the table that will begin the final round of fixtures here on the Thursday afternoon session here at the MODUS Super Series. Don't forget, Thursday we get double dip of darts because we'll be back for Group B this evening, which will include the World Seniors champion Robert Thornton in action. But next up for us is Darren Johnson up against Andy Jenkins. These two have already faced each other 3 times this week, and yesterday it was Darren Johnson who got the victory, thanks in part to this 104 finish. This got his opening leg on the board, and to bookend the game, this was how he won it with this 76 checkout to get the better of Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. But who's going to win this particular darting duel? We're about to find out in the company of Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar.
Well, this could be a darting duel that actually shakes up the table. Darren Johnson took that pole position before the game with Alan Norris, and Alan Norris losing keeps him at the very top. But Andy Jenkins, despite losing his first couple of matches today, has made a bit of a charge, and he's still in contention. And I was going through the practice room on my way up to go speak to Henry after Andy Jenkins won that last game against Steve Perren, and he wanted to let everybody in that room know that he is still in contention. I believe a can't remember who it was that he looked at, and he says that he's going to smash them, and then that is going to put him back in contention, and then he's going to go qualify.
Well, he just nearly smashed
Looks like it's
Darren Johnson out of the way.
First.
He was almost on the hookey while DJ was still throwing his last practice dart there. Jenkins impatient to get this game underway. But it's Johnson who's emerged as a potential league leader at the end of the day. If he wins this one, he will up his points tally to 8 with 4 wins from 5, and Alan Norris will only be able to match him, but won't be able to catch him on leg difference should he win this match.
140.
He's already 6 clear in that department. However, Andy Jenkins can join Norris and Johnson on 6. There is still the possibility that all 4 of the
95.
runners in the race, if you like, will be on 6 points at the end of the day, but that would involve Alan Norris losing to Peter Manley in the last match.
100.
Good start from both. Both know
60.
the importance of this. A win for Johnson would mean that Jenkins has to be perfect tomorrow for that expectation of 3
59.
lives to come into play.
Yeah, and the rematch would be very, very tasty, wouldn't it? Their first fixture tomorrow.
45. 100.
Big last start from Jenkins. He just managed to squeeze that one into the bottom corner. Leave on the 102. And say we've mentioned about his luck and how things have gone against him. That would have gone in. I think he might as well have just gone home.
May stay there. Yeah, I don't mind that play at all. Don't know your thoughts on that.
Down your car, 68.
I would have done exactly the same.
What missed? Matthew Edgar's silence speaks 1,000 words. Bullseye.
43. Under your car, 52.
That is a nice lie for a double 16
36.
player.
Down your car,
use it.
25.
No, that Darren Johnson wasn't watching as well. I think he feels this is an important match. It's arguably much more important for Jenkins than it is for Johnson. But he's seeing it that way.
23.
Not seeing Jenkins' darts and not seeing his darts go in the doubles.
I think Johnson's overthinking here.
He
You can
shot on
see
the
the
first leg.
aggression in his
Andy
face as he was
Jenkins.
going for that double 2. Jenkins would have hoped that was a little prettier, but it's the result that he wanted. He does want to go through to Saturday.
Like
He
Andy
has
just
told
threw
us
first.
he
Game
will
on.
fill this place. So if Jenkins does start looking like he's going to get through, you best get your tickets now if you want to come join us
60.
on Saturday, because Jenkins might be taking the lot.
Yeah, we do offer the tickets for free here at the Super Series, based in Portsmouth. However, there are a finite number, so
100.
do make sure you book early to secure your spot. And it is a different darting experience, isn't it? Rather more intimate, up close and personal.
68.
And you may even get to meet Matthew Edgar.
We want people to come.
That much is true.
60.
You don't have to meet him.
137.
Actually, had a couple of messages from people on Twitter that are actually going to be coming down. Coming to join us on Saturday. Looking forward to meeting you guys.
81.
No, we do have a few people who come quite regularly, but I think it is one that when people who are proper darts nuts, they want to tick it off that
100.
little bucket list, don't they? It's a really different experience, and I think we've got a mix of experiences now in darts in terms of crowd involvement. You've got the big PDC events, the Premier League, the World Championship, where you've got that
60.
massive party
Andy
atmosphere, a
O'Connor,
little bit different at the Circus
136.
Tavern. Even the crowd behaved like a crowd of old. Jenkins had done this earlier today.
96.
And then here it's that real sort of pure darts, isn't it? Best of order while the players are in action. But you do get 10 seconds between every
100.
leg to
Andy O'Connor, 40.
do whatever you like, as Adam Warner's friends did when he won.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy
Problems are
Jenkins.
starting to appear here for Darren Johnson. Jenkins doubles his lead. We've just seen Alan Norris lose. Darren Johnson lose. That's our two table toppers,
Third
both
leg,
tasting
Darren to
defeat
throw
in the
first.
last couple
Game
of
on.
matches. Doesn't that just validate what we said at the start of the day about how competitive this group could be?
Tables turning against DJ.
180.
But suddenly he finds his beat.
55.
We have had one 9-dart finish in 2023. Came in the world final. Some described it as the best leg of all time. Would you agree with that, or would you opt
140.
for the famous Andy Jenkins Mark Dubbridge at the World Grand Prix all those years ago?
It depends what you define as the best.
81.
Because actually, the Andy Jenkins Dudbridge, what a story. And, you know, when you're talking about entertainment value, what entertains you as such? I mean, if we're talking about sheer standard,
43.
absolutely, that is the best leg of darts that's ever existed. But there are many different legs that exist for different reasons.
Yeah, if you are looking
85.
to learn what we're
Daniel
talking
Carr,
about, just type in
138.
Andy Jenkins Mark Dubbridge on YouTube at the end of today's play, and you will enjoy that few minutes. I promise you that.
Unless
45.
Andy Jenkins.
Yeah, it's that one thing, isn't it, can happen in your career that ends up kind of defining it, and everybody reminds you
85.
of
Daniel
every time the World Grand
93.
Prix rolls round. Well, can Johnson get himself off the mark in this match? Treble 14. Double 16.
61.
On the wire, but he'll return.
Takes the 5 off.
45. Daniel Carr,
Leads
32.
the Whitlock. He's had 4 darts at a double so far in this game. It's like that old habit is coming
Game
back.
shot on the third leg.
He's got
Darren
it wrapped
Johnson.
up there on the 6th. And it's interesting when you're saying there about the defining moments of a player's career. And what are they defined by? And the stories.
Fourth leg, Andy to throw first.
Everything that
Game on.
goes along. And we was here just before Christmas with Glenn Durrant. Glenn Durrant, a man that won 3 Lakeside titles back to back. He also won the Premier
60.
League. He's one of the rare players that actually topped the league and then went on to lift the title as well. He's had some big moments in terms of the standard of the game, but his most watched videos on YouTube are when he gave an interview backstage at the Lakeside, and he was extremely gutted and disappointed. And when he thought he won the
140.
Isle of Man Open and gave it the big un, only to find out the double wasn't in.
And he'll be watching as well, so hope you well, Glenn.
96.
I apologise on behalf of my commentary colleague here for still managing to have digs at you when you're not alongside him.
140.
Jenkins. Well, that leg was in danger of getting away, wasn't it? And that 140 gets him down to finish first, and there's no guarantee that Johnson will even be on one. He's not on one.
45. Andy Carr, 161.
We said the tables may be turning in terms of the league itself. They've certainly turned in this leg
65.
quickly.
$100. Andy Carr, 96.
Could be a big exchange, this. Does it go double-double?
48.
And that's
Daniel Carr,
a
120.
slip from Jenkins. He'll only get 2 darts at double if he returns. Johnson will get 1 at tops.
81.
Oh, it clattered off the dart. That is
Andy Carr,
brutal.
48.
I felt he should have moved. The way it was kept up. I was thinking move, and he didn't. He tried to plough through it, and the instant result is he come off the barrel,
Game
and
shot
the
on
punishment
the fourth
has been
leg.
dished
Andy
up.
Jenkins.
Yeah, exhibition stuff from Andy Jenkins. A double-double finish. Not that he meant it, but he'll pretend he did. And now, he's just 1 leg away
This leg, Darren to throw
from pulling
first. Game
level with Darren Johnson and finishing the day on equal points. 6 apiece. Alan Norris also on that mark. Mike Huntley expected to get there when he meets Steve
58.
Perren next.
$59.
Well, suddenly you're looking at Mike Huntley, aren't you? And at the end of the day, thinking you could have been the standout player if it weren't for that first defeat to Peter Manley. He could be the man on 8 points at the top of the
81.
table.
With that, you sort of feel the other players will be quite appreciative of Mr. Manley in that respect.
And it's also interesting, isn't it, that you play Steve Perren next.
87.
Based on the performance against Manley, does that leave him under pressure in that match against Perren more so than any other player?
Well, I think Huntley's in a similar position here to Norris, where they're playing one of the two players
60.
that are below the standard at the moment of this group. And he's got an opportunity here to play Perren, and he plays him again. First game tomorrow. This could be
125.
back-to-back victories for him that could see him leapfrogging the table as well. Those last two fixtures have worked out really well for Mike Huntley and for Alan Norris.
121.
Jenkins seems to be closing in here. A straight 60 leaves a finish.
50.
I think it's a sort of petulant dart, that. Going for the bullseye to leave 180 doesn't make any sense, really. It's more of a reaction to the miss. In fact, I think he did miscount. I think he thought he was leaving 170 now with the look on his
131.
face.
$100. Daniel Carr, 50.
Big last start again there from Jenkins. What does Darren Johnson think about this? Especially when the outer ring's not been his friend. He bends the wire.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Double was a
Darren
tiny bit
Johnson.
smaller than it was on the first start, because the first start actually pushed the wire down. Sort of reminds me of the old days of the dartboards before this spider wire system, when the wire used to be on top of the board and pinned to it with a staple.
Game on.
And I remember when you took your darts out, you could just move it in a little bit and just make the treble a little bit smaller for your opponent.
99.
And the only problem with that is you're playing on the same board, aren't you?
Because when they do it, you've got a quarter of the size.
41.
What you should have done is close the treble 20 but open the treble 19 and just played on that.
136.
But Jenkins should get his chance here.
140.
With a healthy lead despite the ton 40.
99.
When he gets into a rhythm, he just looks so likely, doesn't he, Andy Jenkins? And he's in that flow now.
45. Andy Carr, 167.
I picked up a challenge tour title earlier in the year over in Germany. Andy Jenkins, he's still got it in
82.
spells. We spoke about it. Even when he's filled in on the Pro Tour over the last few years, he can upset the odd player here and there. In his last couple of years on the Pro Tour, he's renowned for sort of knocking out big names early on, but then falling to a lesser
85.
name
Andy
in the
Carr,
second or third
85.
round. Is he going to knock Darren Johnson off his perch at the top of the table here?
It's just gone low, leaves him 66. Got time in his hands just to set this one up. Might opt for the bull here. He likes that 16 and 8 area, so even a 25 is in the 41.
29.
Well, you said you heard him in the practice room saying to someone, I'm going to smash you and get myself into contention. It must have been Darren Johnson. He was the only player he had left to play today. And it looks like he's about to be true to his word.
140. Andy Carr, 56.
Double top.
16.
Well, he bent the
Daniel
wire,
Carr,
didn't he?
50.
But that means the game could go to the wire. We've just seen him take out 50. But he had two darts a double that time. This time he's only getting one. And he's very much a tops man. Will feel awkward here. but he
Game shot on
finds
the
it,
sixth leg.
and the
Darren
match goes a
Johnson.
distance, and this could well prove to be one of the most important legs in this entire group.
Once
Seventh
again,
and final leg, Darren to throw first.
we
Game
need
on.
to look back at that list to find out what Andy Jenkins... He must have a green bedroom with a black cat, broken mirror, broken clock,
96.
some open umbrellas in it. Because you must feel you've got the opportunity there where the player misses the big number. But it happens all the time, really, or it feels like it
58.
does, certainly when you're on the receiving end of it, that the player misses the big number and then mops up the finish.
Yeah, and a man who's been doing everything to leave tops, and if not tops, double 18, and you think, well, he's on double 16 now, he won't like it.
140.
Goes straight in. And look at this. It's Johnson that's making the move. He's had an identical start
60.
to that Jenkins had in the previous leg.
Jenkins had 2 match darts, and all of a sudden, it started to go
57.
against him. This would put Jenkins in a bit of a tricky situation because we'd expect Huntley and Norris to pick up 4 points from
60.
their next round of fixtures. So before we see Andy Jenkins back on the board again, we could see Alan Norris on 10, Darren Johnson on 8, Huntley on 8, Andy Jenkins stranded back on 4.
Yeah, you would expect
140.
that if he does indeed lose this match, which is looking likely now, that he will have to win every single game tomorrow.
41. Daniel Carr, 68.
It's all gone wrong for Rocky.
36.
Does he have a life? Is there any opportunity, any chance?
140. Daniel Carr, 32.
Has to rely on Darren Johnson missing 3 darts at double 16. There goes one. But that's it.
Shot and the match.
It's a
Darren
comeback
Johnson.
win. Jenkins had that match in the palm of his hand, but his place at finals night looks a long, long way in the distance now. He exits the stage rather hastily, disappointed to have thrown away that lead. And Andy Jenkins will have it all to do when he returns tomorrow. He'll take on Darren Johnson in a reverse fixture in his first match. But we've got a couple more games to play today. Manley against Norris, but first Huntley against Perren.
Welcome back to the Super Series. As you can see, Darren Johnson has joined me up here on the balcony. It's been a fantastic day for yourself. You must be pleased with what you've done today.
I am, but in a way I'm not, because I'm still not playing how I can play. I've done all right today, but I I haven't felt right. I'm not playing right, but yeah, I've got a few good results today, and you know.
Are you just waiting for something just to kind of click or something along them lines?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm out of sorts. I've been out of sorts, but I just feel like it could be coming back.
But you're still winning matches, and I suppose that's the important thing. It's something you can take confidence from.
Yeah, but you have to take confidence from it, but I'm not playing as well as I can play. To be fair, I have struggled. I've really struggled this week. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know why, but I have played a little bit better today.
Of course, and we can see that, and it's reflected in the league table, which we can have a look at now just on that monitor over there. 4 wins from 5 for yourself, 8 points on the board. You put yourself in a really good position overnight to get to Saturday.
I never even thought about that. I've just... Is that me at the top?
That is you, right at the very top there.
I must be doing something right.
So 4 out of 5 wins for yourself today. You can take confidence from that going into tomorrow. And now, I suppose, now you're at the top of the table, eyes will be firmly on getting yourself set to try and qualify for Saturday.
The eyes are looking down, obviously, but I can play a lot better than I've shown. A lot better. People who know me, they're saying, Darren, what's the matter with you? Where are the darts that we see week in, week out? And I've not shown it yet. And hopefully tomorrow, you might see it. You might see something special tomorrow.
Fingers crossed we see something special. We've got 2 more games coming up here at the Super Series. Hopefully 2 special matches as Michael Huntley takes on Steve Perren. We'll let Darren head off and enjoy his evening, and we'll head back to the commentary box. There's still work to do for Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Hey up, well, us Yorkshiremen. We're never happy unless we're not happy. Darts players as well, Matthew. The amount of times you see them do an interview after winning a match and they're just not satisfied with winning. It's always about, well, I'm not playing my best. I didn't play well enough. Someone else is going to catch me. It's quite a quirk that darts players seem to share. You're all kind of perfectionists, aren't you?
I think that's due to how things are judged, and we can blame the media and everything that goes around things, because how often does someone come off and they go, or
first leg is Mike to
the
throw
analysts,
first.
and when they summarising the matches, they go, oh, he's going to have to play better than that in the next game. He didn't play the next game. He just played that game. He won that. Never in any other sport do you ever see when, like, Aston Villa beat Spurs the other day, for example. You don't go and go, oh, well, they only had 42% possession in that game. You don't look in terms of those data. You just talk about the result. And I tend to find that in darts, we look more about the averages. And I saw someone the other day post on Twitter. They went, oh, I've just won my local open. And all the replies wasn't well done. It was, oh, what did you average? What did it matter what you averaged? You know what? Every time I've gone into my bank with, I'm going to be quite old school in the expression of this. Anytime you've gone in there with a winner's check, the bank manager's never turned around and goes, oh, Matt, what did you average in that tournament? Never once. We just sit there and count the pounds, which isn't a long process.
Well, Steve Perren's going to have to play better than he did in his last game if he to beat Michael Huntley here. Certainly going to have to up his average.
121.
Is it a banker, this one? That's the question, isn't it? Huntley has turned things around massively after that defeat to Peter Manley at the start of the day, and actually
117
could end up on 6 points with a positive return. The other outcome, of course,
60.
is that he could lose to both of the basement boys, and Perren could find himself on 4 alongside Andy Jenkins. Huntley finds himself on 4 in the leg.
Shot in the first leg.
And he gets it by hitting double 2.
Steve Perren, a long way off. I think the best we've seen Steve Perren
to throw first.
was the early legs when he took on Andy Jenkins. He threw with a lot of purpose. He threw with pace and rhythm.
140.
Something we've not seen from him in any of his other matches. I wonder how much that comes
60.
down to that comfort factor. I wonder what now he's feeling. Is it fatigue? Is it wanting this experience to be over?
$58.
We return tomorrow. All the fixtures played in reverse order.
81.
I know you'll chat. Norris may well have 4 as well. He faces Manley in the last match. Michael Huntley will have 2 or 3.
51.
And Perren has put
Mike
himself
Ricard,
on top.
139.
82 remaining. Oh, he's gone for the ball and he's got it. I was about to criticise the play, but I can't criticise that. What a finish that is.
I'm just going to rewind the clock about 30 minutes or so. You said, we haven't seen many ton-plus finishes today. How do you like that one?
Third
The
leg, Mike, to through
139
first. Game
from
on.
Huntley. Class.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful finish. I never really understand the desire to go for bullseye with 2 darts in hand and 82 remaining, but look, you can't knock what
100.
works.
I would be guilty of playing that exact same play. And the reason is I just hate tops. And Huntley might be the same. I'd rather gamble and have a chance
60.
at getting a dart at double 16. You know, there's been times where I've burnt darts before to have 2 darts at double 16 rather than 3 at tops because I feel that that's a better percentage.
So if your
100.
opponent's on a finish and you know you're playing on the Pro Tour, you're expecting them to go out with a finish in 3 darts, why not just go treble 20, double 11?
40.
Yeah, so I don't mind double 11 as well, actually, to be fair. It's not a bad...
So I've helped him out here. He's going to take that out next time he plays. That way,
97.
and he'll be thinking of me as he does it.
Well, that finish from Michael Huntley has certainly woke him up here.
60.
He's playing the best darts we have seen from him so far. He's just cruising to victory here.
55.
Yeah, Huntley ton topping. Steve Perren not quite enjoying a 69 average.
$45. Microcar 149.
We've seen the 139. How about the 149? May stay there, may come down for a treble 16.
68.
We had a 171 in this
Microcar
match, Steve
81.
Perren. Looking for a 180 there, but it's 81 for Huntley to go 3 clear in next to no time.
$30.
Well, he's gone from perfection to misery there at the back end of these legs. 51 points for a 3-0 lead.
Microcar 51.
He's having trouble with the big numbers at the moment, isn't he? Michael Huntley. Don't miss the big number. Doesn't. Double 16. A regrip.
19. Steve Yucar 86.
Do you know what, I'm going to say it. I fancy Perren for this. 18-18 bull. 18. Oh.
Okay, I'm going to play the
46.
same game. I
Microcar
fancy
32.
Huntley for this.
Oh, come on. You can't pull that card on a 32.
He steps up, he poises. Let's just stop this game.
Steve
That's
Yucar
the
40.
first time I've ever been glad to see a player miss. Double top for Perren. No chance. Absolutely no chance.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve Perren.
You said no chance on tops.
Exactly. Thanks, Matt.
So you was correct there because he actually took it out on the double 10.
By the way, I hope no one just clips that with no context. It's just me shouting, no chance of Steve Perren goes for a double.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
That's not how it was meant, Steve. It was all for the show. Michael Huntley, though, completely lost his way, didn't he, during that leg?
Yeah, we said about him cruising. We
100.
popped the average up on the screen when he was averaging 105. And, well, for a bit of context for you, for a little bit of summarising,
60.
he lost 20 points.
And, most importantly, lost the leg.
And to add to the importance, it was a leg he placed
81.
first in.
What a bizarre day it would be if Perren were to win this for Michael Huntley. Could bookend his day with
125.
defeats to Peter Manley and Steve Perren. Who can't beat anybody else in this group, apart from each other. Perren beat Manley, of course, that's where his 2 points came from.
96.
But has managed to beat Alan Norris.
140.
Who hasn't lost to anybody else. It's a long way from that, but Perren could be in business here.
85.
Well, now he leaves 139. Is he going to dish out a dose of Michael Huntley's own medicine?
92. Steve Car 139.
Will he go the same way? Or will he opt for the Chris Murphy treble 20 routes?
Started on the treble 20.
83. Mike Car 84.
Left it handy enough. You can't do a thing about it.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Mike Huntley.
Well, I was just waiting. And Huntley was waiting. And everybody was waiting.
Fifth leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
It is 3-1 to Michael Huntley. That dart was in the double 12.
59.
To give Paul Hinks a bit of benefit of the doubt on that, with the way the darts lie down, sometimes you can't quite see if it's in or not. That's why he has to
81.
step across and check. And he was just waiting for that pause to give himself the opportunity to come over. I remember when he used to play against Justin Pipe, and his darts used to lay down really flat, like Taylor, but more aggressively, laying down. And you'd look up sometimes, you think, that's 60, I'm fine here, and they'd chalk a 140 or a 180 up, because it just looked like it was somewhere else, because the dart that sits down slightly like Huntley's do.
Yeah, needed to step across to look and didn't fancy getting his ear pinned to the dartboard.
132.
I suppose he was half expecting, if Huntley knew it was in, for him to step forward and retrieve it, wasn't he? But he stood still waiting for the call from Paul.
140. Mike Ricard 170.
Would have been a nice way to end the day for Michael Huntley, but not to be.
100. Steve Ricard 140.
It's 70 for Huntley, for 70 in
60.
game.
Mike Ricard 70.
In game, shot and match. 70 for 6 points.
54 is in, leaving 16.
$54. Steve Ricard 80.
Still a chance for Steve Perren. This would be for another breaker throw. Has to go 25 bull. Didn't fancy it.
32. Mike Ricard 16.
It was a long way off that, wasn't it? I said has to go 25 bull. Some players might not go that way in that scenario. Treble 17, double 12, legitimate as well, but it's double 8 for Mike Huntley.
Shot on the match.
It's dead
Mike Huntley.
centre, and it's a 4-1 success. Huntley has somewhat salvaged his day. It was a shocking start, really, when he lost out to Peter Manley, the underdog in this group, who'd lost all of his games in Group A. But Huntley has managed to return 3 victories and keep himself firmly in the hunt when this group concludes tomorrow. Speaking of Manley, he is in action in the last match of the day. It's coming right up next against Alan Norris.
So success once again for Michael Huntley as he gets the better of Steve Perren in our last encounter. Just one more game to go today, but before we look ahead to that, let's round off that 4-1 win for Michael Huntley with a 91 average. 4 out of 11 on the doubles was enough, and of course the highlight there was that 1-3-9 finish. Let's have a look then and see what that result does to the league standings, because now there is a Darren Johnson now on top, and then there's 2 players on 6 points respectively. I'm going to go to spec saves between the sessions. Darren Johnson on top, Huntley, Norris in 2nd and 3rd respectively, and then of course Jenkins, Manley and Perren just below in the bottom half of that Group C table. Well, we are going to see Adam Norris up next. He can go on to 8 points himself and go joint top with Darren Johnson in the Group C standings. He's won 3 out of his 4 matches so far today. He got the better of Steve Perren in his previous encounter, but the highlight here was this finish to get the better of Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. Norris there getting the job done. He's up against Peter Manley in our final match of the day. When speaking to Norris earlier on this morning in the pre-match interview, he said he's never played Manley before. He's looking forward to the occasion. Will he get success against One Dart? Let's find out of our 2 boys in the box. It's Chris and Matt.
The same shock defeat that the Welshman suffered. Can you make a case for Peter Manley, Matthew Edgar, in this last match of the session?
No. And I think the reason I'm saying that is because Peter Manley is moving very slow. I don't think it's Peter Manley moving very slowly because he's trying deliberately now, like we saw earlier on with a bit of fun with Andy Jenkins. I think he is starting to feel the pressures on the body that now 20 matches of darts is going to have on you. The knees will start to ache, the feet will start to hurt. He's already alluded in the past that his hips are starting to ache. I think he's moving slowly because he is starting to feel the fatigue of what has been a long week so far for Peter.
41.
Yeah, it is really into the lion's den, isn't it? For somebody who doesn't play very much to come and play 5 games a day for 5 days straight, starting at a sort of unusual time as well for players 26. Who are not seasoned in this format. But he has had the better of the first exchange, Matthew.
100.
Norris has sort of 2 outcomes here, doesn't he? Of course, win or loss, 100. But it's putting himself in a very strong position or putting himself in a precarious one.
Yeah, defeat here for him would really put his
55
hopes of qualifying really in a bit of serious doubt. We've seen Michael Huntley really raise his levels. Darren Johnson telling us he's got more to come. Andy Jenkins is going to come in 80. Here fighting tomorrow.
Look, we said it from the start, and it was, you know, pretty obvious that Manley and Perren were likely to be the bottom 2. A defeat to those players means that you 41. Can afford 1 less against the players you're actually fighting with to get through. And although Michael Huntley has managed to turn things around for now, he will feel he should have been on 8 points today, 96. Not 6. And that loss in his very first match against Manley could yet come back to bite him. We've seen one of these from Peter Manley.
140.
Maximum, that is, but he can't add to the tally there. Does put himself in with a chance, though, of winning this leg.
84. Peter Carr, 124.
Did get beaten 4-0 in match 4 against the league leader Darren Johnson, but hasn't been whitewashed in any of his other 3 games today, having lost all of them 4-0 yesterday.
Alan Yorkar, 115.
There's one thing that's been a good feature of Alan Norris's play today. It has been some of these combination checkouts. That was 41. Earlier in the day. Do we get the same thing with Alan?
80.
That now he sort of tails off throughout the day.
I wondered if One Dart might actually try and inflict the Norris on Norris there with tops.
40. Alan Yorkar, 74.
It was a disastrous first start, and it avails Alan the opportunity. And that is equally disastrous. Calamitous, but he does get a dart at tops.
34. Peter Yorkar, 40.
Norris misses, Manley has 3. And he's been good. in this department all week, to be fair. 3 darts at double, you expect it to go.
20.
But this time it hasn't.
Alan, you will call 40.
This is the man who loves tops. You love tops, you must love tens.
Getting shot on the first leg.
As you break down
Alan
shot,
Norris.
you tend to find if you favour a section of the board that you also practice that transition down from it.
Second leg, Alan to throw first. Game on.
Breaks the throw. Not pretty. It didn't have to be. And I do feel like Peter Manley looks like a man that is ready for bed.
41. $83.
See on the table there, the extra set of darts. He does like to bounce between different darts to get different feels. We've seen the glasses on and off.
140.
He's a guy, to me, that knows what he's capable of and he's wondering why it isn't happening yet, because it looks like he's looking for it in lots of different areas.
60.
Well, you've experienced these days in this tournament. You must go through a whole range of emotions. You can be playing for a couple of matches feeling like you're at the peak of your powers, and then suddenly you can't find it. What would your advice be to Alan here? Because he's still in a very strong position, expected to win this match. He'll be on 8 points from a possible 10 and favourite alongside
22.
Darren Johnson to qualify. So maybe overthinking things, you know, could result in some kind of paralysis through analysis.
Yeah, well, one thing I
45.
learnt playing these is don't have long breaks. Have your breaks, keep them short. The longer you sit down, the more you start to get stiff, and then you start trying to find something, and then
60.
you feel, why aren't I playing as well as I was earlier? So little and often breaks rather than big, long 15, 10-minute sit-downs. And make sure you're eating as well. It's one thing that I don't see the players coming in with.
45.
I was coming in here with a backpack, and I had snacks in there, and I'd never eat to the point I felt full, but I'd never let myself get to the point of feeling hungry.
140. Alan, your car 170.
Yeah, and the gaps between games are vary, don't they? So you have to manage your time well. You can have 1 game in between, you can have 4 in between. What was all that about from Norris? Explain that.
60. Peter car
It was a bad dart.
136.
There's no explaining around it. It was a bad dart. I mean, he has pulled a few down in that area already. It's always towards the left.
That was a good dart from Manley, and it looks
96. Alan, your
perfect to
car
follow. But he does tee up
110.
tops. Having been broken, he's in a position here to break back after those errors from his opponent. He may stay there. Again, I just don't get it. I really
88.
don't get going for the
Peter
ball.
car 40.
I know he loves tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Peter
But I
Manley.
think he's harmed his own chances there. And Peter Manley's made him pay.
Yeah, the dart was sat lovely, wasn't it? Just above the treble 20 wire.
Third leg, Peter to throw first.
broke the
Game
throw.
on.
20 darter there for Peter. And Alan Norris looked like he was going to run away with this
32.
group when he beat Andy Jenkins in match number 3. And then in match number 6, he beat Darren Johnson. At that point, he was averaging 90.5. And it's just all gone a bit wrong for him. He got that scrappy win over Steve Perren, averaging 78. And then it's just continuing to go
55.
downhill ever since. It was 4-1 to Michael Huntley, 76 the average. And now, well, the lowest I think I've ever watched
81.
Alan Norris play.
Well, it's just worrying for Alan Norris because we spoke about, you know, working through the day for Peter Manley. But Norris seems to be actually physically struggling here. I mentioned the slow walking
60.
from Manley at the start of this match, but Norris is clearly having some kind of problem. He's trying to get loose, and he has been all day.
60.
But it's affecting his darts here. We saw him miss by a massive margin in the treble 12 earlier on.
I think the best way we can describe this, there we go again, low and left. That is where the arm goes up. Changes that release point and makes that arc aggressive and makes it more of a inverted U rather
77.
than a rainbow arc. And I think the safest way to say this is Alan Norris is breaking down.
140.
And you can almost see Peter Manley's starting to think, I could win this now. And suddenly, he's zoned in, he's focused. And he's trying to, well, rub salt into the wound. But it really should be going in the middle of the board now. Has he worked it out? Well, he had worked it out, but he can't locate it.
124.
Could have used the 18s there as well. The treble would have brought him down
58.
a lot stronger. The 8 would have, the extra 8 points. Oh no, I've miscounted myself there, haven't I?
Yeah, 25 would have been the smallest number to be able to leave a finish.
60. Peter Carr 130.
It's 60-20 bull for Manley. Well, 20-60 bull will do just as well.
93. Alan Ewart 125.
Well, does Norris go treble 15 then? Bearing in mind his penchant for tops. Well, it's 18s. It would have been 57
56.
bull then.
Peter Carr 37.
Double 16 for Manley to lead.
21. Alan Ewart 69.
Well, he's got an obsession with the bull. He might need to use it. Low again.
Yeah, can't even get there. And Peter Manley here must be smelling blood.
39. Peter Carr
This is
16.
a remarkable end to the day. Who saw this coming? Alan Norris visibly struggling. There's a physical problem there. It's not just that he's chucking
Game shot
bad
on the
darts.
third
It's
leg.
something
Peter
physical.
Manley.
And Peter Manley is taking advantage and leads this match 2-1.
The wiping of the darts there just tells me that the
Fourth leg Alan to through first.
frustration is causing the sweating of the palms.
Well, that's all you need, isn't it, when you're clearly struggling? Peter Manley winding you up.
45.
Just having a look at the in-plays. The faith has not yet been lost with Alan Norris. If Peter Manley starts to fire these in, you could see those odds
100.
start to drop. Norris still big odds on for this one. So that last exchange, 2-5 Norris, 7-4 Manley.
I think Manley's cup is half full here and Norris's is half empty.
I don't even know if he's got a half in there at the minute, has he?
85.
Well, I'm going to say something rather strange now,
140.
based on everything we've seen this week. But if Peter Manley wins this match, which is looking increasingly likely, he's not out of it for the top two.
95.
Well, you said he's sensing blood. He's producing in this leg.
100.
100, 140, 100. 9 darts is down at a finish. This is on the Alan Norris throw. Manley is well and truly in this game, and it is reflected.
46.
He is now the
Peter
bookie's
Carr
favourite to win.
161.
161 points away from a 2-leg cushion, and if he does take it out in the next couple of visits, he will be thrown for the match.
125.
And look, a big reason that Peter Manley's in the position he is because of Norris's apparent injury. But this is a brilliant leg of darts from Manley. Double 18 after a
28.
dozen.
Peter Carr 36.
Be his best leg of the week.
4.
And it was a happy accident to miss by such a margin that left him double 16, but he left 2 on the wire. Norris manages to find a treble. It might be the way he has to go, you know, here. Limber up in between every dart. Do it again, Alan.
145.
That was much better.
Peter
Well, we
Bar
might have just
32.
seen Alan Norris find the solution during the match. Is it too late?
Never too
Alan
late.
Europar 57.
17 for his favourite tops. I feel more worried about the 17 than I do the tops.
He gets that right. Step back. Little stretch. Step forward. Aim. Draw back. Oh, he hasn't done the stretches. Can't go in.
37. Peter Car 16.
Well, Manley's had more than ample opportunity to wrap up this leg. Double 4.
12. Alan Europar 20.
Getting closer.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
finds
leg.
it with
Alan
the last
Norris.
dart. And Peter Manley, you said he's had ample opportunity. We spoke about Peter Manley over the last couple of days, saying if he gets down to a double, he takes it. Well, not in this
Fifth
one.
leg Peter to throw
Peter
first.
Manley's had
Game on.
plenty of opportunities. He's only been able to hit 2 out of his 20 darts that he's carved
16.
out at a double in this one.
And he was on a 13 dart leg there. Alan Norris went out in 24.
26.
You don't want to, do you, as a darts player? You don't want to be having to stop in between every dart, but it seems that that's the solution in this match for Alan Norris, because when he does stay and throw all 3,
100.
almost invariably, one of them at least is absolutely wild.
I'm just looking at the fixture list here, and we can probably expect the same thing again from Norris. He'll probably come in tomorrow feeling fresh and probably find his level in those early games. But when we look to the back end of the day and we look at Alan Norris, Andy Jenkins, for example,
41.
where Jenkins will be throwing first. And that could be an important game as well for that sort of time of the day for Alan Norris. It's probably almost fortunate that he got those
83.
tougher games out the way today in the earlier rounds.
Well, this is just based on what we've seen and the fact, look, earlier on today, Norris was clearly stretching out. There's clearly a physical problem. He was managing it well. It's broken down completely. This has now become
81.
a massive match for him, hasn't it? Because if he doesn't win it, then winning his first 3 games tomorrow before the pain kicks in again might not be enough. Whereas if he does win it, that probably will be enough.
180.
That's more than enough from Manley.
Didn't hit a single 180 for 3 days of play in Group A, 15 matches. He's got 3 180s
25.
today.
Well, Peter
Peter
Manley's
Car
doing what he said he
78.
would this week. He said he expected to start slowly and get better as the week's gone on. Yesterday was a write-off for him. And maybe he was written off. But he said, watch out Thursday.
46.
I'll spoil a few people's days, and he might be about to spoil Alan Norris's week here.
I think the exact quote was, I like to upset people with my career. He's upset a few people over the years.
81.
He
Peter
add any
Car
more to that
32.
list?
Double 16. Well, this was the trouble in the previous leg. And he thought that was in. Just tries to open the gate. And now tries to negate those couple of darts for double 8. In it
Game
goes.
shot on the
Manley,
fifth leg.
1 up
Peter
and
Manley.
1 away from a second win of the day. And the way it started, who would have seen this coming? Alan Norris won his first 3 matches. Who would have thought that Peter Manley could possibly beat him?
6 leg Alan to throw first. Game on.
Matthew Edgar's going to make his way upstairs to summarise a day with Henry Deacon. I think he's a bit premature here.
45.
So you stuck with me for the rest of this match, as long as it may take.
22.
Well, do join us again this evening live on Sporty Stuff TV and the
25.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the
100.
beginning of Group B, featuring Trina Gulliver, Robert Thornton, Ian Moss, Martin Turner, and the ADC qualifier, Adam Mould.
$30.
But it's difficult to see a player break down like this and there's nowhere to hide. The change of darts for Alan Norris. I think he's actually changing the equipment entirely. But it looks to me like the shoulder's gone. I'm not sure what changing the arrows will do. Well, there's a flight that he's decided to change there, so maybe there was a damaged one.
$60.
Manley back in.
100.
15 defeats for Peter Manley across 3 days, including 5 whitewash defeats in 1 day yesterday. No 180s. He's at 3 today. He's got to win. He might be about to get his second win. And don't forget, he could have had 3. He lost to Steve
41.
Perren. Manley could have well been tied in second place today.
$94.
He's almost there.
$40. Peter Carr 104.
104 to get the job done. Well, he can't go out in 99. He's left himself with those problems, but he will tee it up and leave
64.
it handy on tops for his return. And Alan Norris, obviously suffering with an injury, has struggled his way through this match. But Peter Manley has made the most of the opportunity. And before a dart was thrown,
60. Peter Carr
nobody
40.
but nobody would have seen this coming.
Game
That is the
on
shock
match.
of all
Peter
shocks
Manley.
at the Super Series. Peter Manley defeats Alan Norris 4-2, and Chuck was looking like a champ in waiting in this group, but suddenly it has all gone wrong at the end of the day, and Peter Manley is a man playing villain. Well, that tees things up very nicely for this group tomorrow. We'll get a word with Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar to summarise today's play.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. What an upset that is. Peter One Dart Manley getting the better of Alan Norris in our final game. Matthew Edgar alongside me up on the balcony to analyse it. And my word, Peter Manley, who before the start of today's session hadn't won a game this week, hadn't had a maximum to his name this week. He's won 2 matches and he's in the frame for qualification.
He didn't even win a leg yesterday in all of his 5 matches. That was a massive upset in terms of the odds, and not the first one. He had that first game today when he beat Michael Huntley. That was a massive odd shaker as well. And he had that game with Steve Perren where he had the opportunities. Had he beat Steve Perren, we could be talking about Peter Manley getting through to Saturday. Who would have thought that after what we saw Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
But this is the thing with the Super Series, and he said it himself in the interview at the start of the week. He's going to get better as the week's got on. He is getting better as the week's gone on. I suppose the question we will ask is, well, how is his body going to be on Friday? Because he hasn't played much competitive darts. 25 games in 5 days is a lot.
Well, I said by the end of this, I expect him to get up to about the 75 average mark. He had a 71 in that game. That's the closest he's been to that. And he's looking more likely. The darts are getting closer together. He's stringing legs together now, and he's starting to get this in his own hands. The 180s, let's say none of those, now he's got 3. I think we're getting a little bit excited here and a bit carried away, but we just never know with this situation. Peter Manley could come tomorrow, just find that little bit extra, and maybe, just maybe, challenge for the qualification spaces.
Manley might be the talking point, but Darren Johnson is the table topper. Let's have a look then at the table going into the overnight phase here of Group C. Alan Norris won his first 3 games, and as we saw there, just look, I don't know what it was, possibly an injury, something like that. Just looked uncomfortable in his last 2.
Completely broken down. He played really well in the first 2, looked really good, was thrown with... I said that when I came up here, I said the last few times I've watched Alan Norris, he's looked soft, he's looked floaty with the darts, and when we got to the back end of today, we went right back to that situation. He is in trouble. He might come out tomorrow and start really well. However, my concern is if this starts to break down again by the end of the day, he's got some tough fixtures come the back end of tomorrow.
Well, Darren Johnson is the man at the top of the table. Superb campaign for him. And actually, he had darts to beat Alan Norris, so he could have found himself on 10 points overnight. And looking at that table, would have had more than a foot in the final.
Well, he was 3-0 up in that game as well, wasn't he?
Exactly, yeah.
That was a surprise turnaround, and that's when I thought, oh, Alan Norris is going to go on and win this group, because when you've won playing well with 290 averages, then you turn it around, you think this is all about him. But now it's wide open. I think Michael Huntley, who I said is a bit of an outsider for this group, is now looking at this with interest.
Darren Johnson, who himself is saying he's still not playing at his best. I'm worried if he gets to it.
I agree. We could see so much more from Darren Johnson. I've not been impressed with him Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If this was the first time I saw Darren Johnson play, I would not be impressed at all in terms of the level of performance is so varied and sporadic. But now, when we know what he's capable of, and now he's starting to win, do we now get to see what he is fully capable of tomorrow, and does he wrap this group up?
Well, this is the first of 2 sessions here today at the Super Series. Group B gets underway tonight, and we are going to see the reigning World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton, in action, the 10 times world champion, Trina Gulliver, and they're going to be joined by Ian Moss, one of the stars of the World Seniors Tour, alongside Adam Mould and Martin Turner, who we've seen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week. And in particular, Martin Turner, I think, I've just had a look at the odds here. He could be the one to possibly go on and take that top spot. If you look at his play, especially on Tuesday and Wednesday, to not get through on 22 points in Group A takes something special for somebody else, not your performance.
That also comes down to Peter Manley not getting any points. It meant that everybody's points was highlighted and pushed up because one player took 0. So I think there's a bit of a highlight there in terms of his return. Ian Moss, for me, is the one that represents value. We look at what he's doing on the Seniors Tour. He's running at an 85 average. That is better than a lot of what we've seen so far this week. Ian Moss could come into this group and get through. I also think Adam Mould, extremely impressive. Robert Thornton, the standout star of that. I think that could be your 3 looking forward.
I think best go and get some lunch before tonight, haven't we?
It's going to be a good night, isn't it?
Looking forward to it. I hope you can join us as well. It's 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV for the beginning of Group B. But on Thursday afternoon, it was the DJ who was playing all the right notes. We'll see you soon.